Let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude and hope. We thank you, Lord, for this gathering of minds and spirit, united, God, in a common purpose and a shared vision for a brighter future. Lord, as we begin this Red Rally today, we ask for your guidance. We pray, God, for the blessings of all our leaders and members and supporters and those who are gathered here. Grant us wisdom, strength, and unity to work towards progress and justice. Father God, may all be inspired by your light. May our words and action reflect values and integrity and respect. Father God, we ask you to take charge of all of us. We pray, Lord, for a special covering today, God. You said, Lord, ask and it shall be given, knock and it shall open. And Father God, as we ask today for victory, as we ask today for guidance, we pray, God, that you take charge of this rally. Let whatever is done today be done according to your will, according to your glory. At the end of the day, God, we give you thanks and praise and glorify your holy name. Father God, we pray for success, we pray for victory. But at the end of the day, God, is your will be done. And all of us say, amen.
PNM family, how you feeling? I know we can do much better than that. PNM family, how you feeling? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you responsible?
Are you ready to vote?
So, brothers and sisters, permit us to recognize some persons. And first, we want to recognize in his absence the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's East, St. Anne's West, the Honorable Stuart Young, SC.
We also want to recognize former Senator, political leader of the PNM Tobago Council and former Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Ansel Dennis.
Yeah! We also want to recognize the Chairman of the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement, Mr. Larry Paul.
Yeah! And because we are a national party, we want to recognize the Assistant General Secretary of the People's National Movement, Mrs. Patricia Alexis.
And brothers and sisters, we want to recognize our standard bearers. And first, we want to recognize the Member of Parliament, well, our candidate and Celestine.
Former chairman of the Tobago Council, the one and only Mr. Stanford Calendar.
And we also have with us some former assemblymen. We have Mrs. Claudia Groom Duke, Mrs. Marcelin Melville Jack, Mrs. Nadine Stewart Phillips, Mr. Handel Beckles, and every other former assemblyman present, we recognize you.
Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, PNM family, good evening. No, we could do better than that. PNM family, good evening. Tobago East, good evening. Tobago West, good evening. Yeah, how we feeling? Better? You ready?
We're ready and we're ready. And we are also responsible.
That is important. We want to have the meeting. We're going to have the meeting rocking and tight this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, to start this thing right. The last time I heard this young man speak, he lights up the place, he hot up the place, and he said to me, make sure we have a fire extinguisher on board. He said, make sure we have a fire extinguisher on board. But before he comes to the stage, we want the DJ to just warm up the place in the meantime.
Join up in the east, yeah. Team up in the west, yeah. We got this.
Listen, you know how to sit down for the entire evening, you know? You can get up, wave a flag, wave a coquille broom, dance, do something. We are the people's national movement.
I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. I dip down to me elbow, darling.
Don't be afraid.
Yeah.
Stand to your
From
feet.
Africa to Kenya.
I know what we're talking about.
We making it through this
Wave
moment.
your rock.
Higher than higher heights is our limit.
We are the people's national movement.
Come on, protect the future. I know we can do this thing, yeah. So right now, let me fix up. Come on, now let me link up. We not let me build up. Tobago as one. From the country that over. The PNM army is the way that we love. From our representation. Hey, we got this. We got this. We got this.
PNM.
We got this. We got this.
Keep it going, DJ, keep it going.
So many youths in service now, that's an honor. You are my friend, my sister, and my brother. But what we gonna do? So we gonna join up in the east, yeah. Big up cause we is family. Team up in the west, yeah. Calling out everybody. See when we come together. Unified and we're stronger. Stand up here as we come to do this one.
PNM coming. PNM coming.
PNM Tobago, make some noise. Rise to your feet as we welcome the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, Senior Council Tobago. Make some noise.
Tell me, are you ready? To build back a country. We forwarded with Kid Rowley. Where are you ready there? Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red arm.
Announcement.
PNM family. Tell me, are you ready?
Make some noise, PNM people.
We forwarded
can have your seat. I'm feeling the heat. You feeling the heat? As we were saying, Petal, you feeling the heat?
We're feeling hot, hot, hot.
As we were saying, this young man said to me, bring a fire extinguisher this evening because he coming hot. Ladies and gentlemen, our youth speaker for our big red rally this evening is a young man who has proven himself as a PNMite, young PNMite. Make some noise as we welcome to the stage at this time
PNM.
the young Delano Jofield.
PNM. 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 Them are the best. All the youths. PNM. Them are the best. All the youths. New dance. They are go like this.
Thank you, Mr. Hislop. I look down at the gathering this afternoon and all I can say is great is the PNM.
Yeah!
Brothers and sisters, allow me to recognize our Prime Minister and Chairman of the People's National Movement, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, our political leader of the Tobago Council, Mr. Ansel Dennis, our Chairman of the Tobago Council, Mr. Larry Paul, our standard bearer in the East, the Honorable Ayanna Webster Roy, our standard bearer in the West, the Honorable Shamfa Kajo Lewis, our minority leading the charge for us in the THA, Mr. One is Enough, Mr. Kelvo, members of the didn't care for them or had no plans for their future. I say this for the vulnerable young men who fell victim to vindictive politicians that made offers of substances and consumables for their votes. I say this for the very young people who made their decisions based on promises of employment, but to this day has seen nothing resembling a pay slip. I say this for the many young Tobagonians who had faith in Team Fix-It, but are now, 4 years later, regretting their decisions. But have no fear, my friends. We welcome you back home, back into the loving, caring embrace of the People's National Movement. A party that is still in the business of Tobago building, still in the business of securing a future for you, the youth, always been in the business of ensuring that all are comfortable and afforded a good standard of living. No matter how hard the times may get, I say to you that the great People's National Movement is here and has always been here, standing in defense of Tobago's democracy, protecting and preserving this island's developmental legacy. Brothers and sisters, we stand now as an island at the mercy of those whose self-interests seem to be more important than that of the people of Tobago. those who have made it their agenda to shape a narrative of an anti-PNM Tobago based on lies and deception, and in some cases, on petty politics and victimization. A time where the first response to a shark attack that injured a tourist is to put out a $10,000 bounty and then retract it and cast blame when ridiculed for it. A time where the Heritage Festival calendar seems to be getting shorter and shorter with each passing year. A time where secretaries are warring with the central government, all to no benefit of our island's people. But can I tell you, brothers and sisters, that the time for bringing an end to that style of politics will soon come. And the first place to send a clear message is in this general election, that no more will we require their representation in any form on this island. It is critical that we as young people understand the importance of this election. And even more important than that, the candidates that offer themselves for selection. We look at our two MPs and one has to ask, who can they really send to rival representatives that have advocated, that have delivered, and have been right there with you? From 2015 to present, they have proven that the best truly resides with PNM representation in Tobago East and West. And brothers and sisters, I am honored to stand before you today to highlight the remarkable contributions of a dedicated government. A government that includes two Tobago standard bearers, trailblazers, true servants of the people, Mrs. Shamfa Kojo Lewis and Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy. Over the past 10 years, this government has remained steadfast in its commitment to empowering young people of Tobago, creating opportunities for education, employment, entrepreneurship, and personal growth. From world-class sporting facilities to skills training and business support, this PNM administration has laid a strong foundation for the next generation to thrive. The $2.1 billion expansion of the A&R Robinson International Airport will unlock new possibilities for youth employment, entrepreneurship in tourism, aviation, trade. The $30 million upgrade of the Dwight York Stadium will strengthen Tobago's reputation as a premier sport for young athletes. Recognizing the power of sport to transform lives, this government has made significant investments in sport development. International and regional sporting events like Commonwealth Youth Games and the Special Olympics have been hosted in Tobago, providing local athletes with valuable exposure. The I Choose Sport program has strengthened school athletics, while financial and technical support has been extended to Tobago's athletes and sporting groups. Somebody give a round of applause for the People's National Movement. Over 2,000 students have benefited from sporting camps aimed at developing their skills, and coaches and administrators have received training and certification to elevate sports at all levels. Initiatives like the Pink Rain campaign have promoted the involvement of women and girls in sports, while partnerships with the Tobago YMCA have delivered swimming programs for both youth and seniors. Beyond sports, this government has expanded access to education, skills training, and career-building opportunities. Tertiary students continue to receive financial aid, while young engineers have gained hands-on experience through quality internships at WASA. Capacity-building workshops and skills training programs have resumed at Tech, and internationally certified craft courses have been introduced through ECCL, providing young Tobagonians with industry-recognized qualifications. Programs like the Empower TT have provided mentorship, education, and employment opportunities for young men, ensuring that they have the tools needed to succeed. Additionally, youth development has been supported through grants and scholarships, with OPM CAST distributing 25 grants valued at over $91,000 to non-profit organizations. Entrepreneurship remains a key focus with this PNM government, facilitating grants and loans through NEDCO and the Ministry of Trade to help young business owners start and expand their ventures. The Boss Lady Project has empowered and employed women with skills and entrepreneurships, training, while initiatives like Dream Chasers and Youth Lead have promoted youth development and innovation. Women's Entrepreneurial Development and Product Expo, the Women's Village, has created economic opportunities for over 300 local female entrepreneurs. Brothers and sisters, this PNM government has also taken steps to improve Tobago's infrastructure to create a better future for young people. The delivery of the Signal Hill to Apex transmission pipeline, the drilling of new wells in Bad Hill, and the upgrade of water distribution infrastructure have improved the quality of life for young families. The expansion of electricity distribution at the Cove Power Plant and the installation of street lights in communities have made Tobago more developed and a better place to live and work. In Charlottesville, Bel Air, Campbellton, and Hermitage, major water projects have improved access to clean water, including the Bel Air Water Tank Farm and the Charlottesville Water Treatment Plant, benefiting over 1,600 residents. Additionally, big up your MP, big up your MP. The Charlottesville Methodist Primary School Solar Lighting Project has introduced renewable energy solutions, creating a sustainable future for the island. Recognizing the importance of Tobago's economic future, this government has also facilitated investments in tourism and business that directly benefit young people. The expansion of the Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Program and incentives for hoteliers and taxi drivers have created job opportunities for youth in the hospitality and transport sector. The Tobago Crab Farm Project, supported through the Sustainable Community Development Initiative, has introduced young farmers to aquaculture, while agricultural incentive grants have modernized farming, attracting more young people to the sector. For Tobago students and young families, this government has provided over 25 million in home construction and refurbishment grants, assisted over 4,000 families with food cards and hamper support, and helped more than 1,000 families with textbooks, school supplies, and uniforms. Further investments exceeding 1 billion have been made in child care and protection through organizations such as the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, community residences, and civil society groups. I ain't done, I just taking a water break. And this is not a part of the script, but brothers and sisters, they like to talk and say we've done nothing. And I am here to remind them of the many nothings that we would have done. We continue with the children under the stewardship of the Honorable Ayanna Webster Roy. Child protection reform has been prioritized. Their track records speak for itself, but I must say it all goes to naught if we as a people fail to go out and vote. This election calls for true patriots of Tobago to stand up and be counted. It calls for a people that understand that in Tobago, East and West, we need no anchor. In 2025, we're rolling with Ayana and Shampa. For you see, brothers and sisters, those on the other side have gotten so delusional in thinking that they're doing such a good job in the THA that they believe they've been bestowed the divine right to save Tobago in this general election. And we are left to sit and wonder if they have really forgotten what we have endured under their stewardship. Brothers and sisters, can you believe this? Can you believe this? Do you remember? You sure you remember? And just in case you forgot, I came to be your reminder. Almost 4 years, brothers and sisters. At the start of year one, we the people had hope for what was then the Fix-It crew. And now almost 4 years later, 2 name changes and they have the audacity to come asking us for another opportunity to lead. Brothers and sisters, I don't know if you remember, but I remember when on the campaign trail they made promises to Tobagonians that their jobs would be safe. No one would be sent home, they said. But today we look around and we see family and friends from the various divisions and state agencies sent home. Those who support us and some of their very own. Promise made and never kept. But are we even surprised? We asked for justification, yet little to none was given, and when they couldn't take it anymore, they went on the attack saying that workers came to the end of their contract. Tobagonians. Who are they trying to fool? Let's not forget when they decided to erect a stage in the sea and build road left, right, and center. But when it came time to pay public servants, they cried, no money, blaming central government and saying that they had to scrape. And then to learn some weeks later of 2 senior members planning to misuse the same funds they claimed they didn't have via audio tape. Brothers and sisters, let's not forget, and I had to take a water break for this one. Brothers and sisters, let's not forget around the same time in 2021, we could have called on them morning, noon, or night. But as they were given the opportunity to sit in the driver's seat, they had the audacity to tell us what? Ease them up. Well, I say, Tobago, it's our time. Our time to tell them, give us an ease up from corruption, an ease up from nepotism, an ease up from mischief makers and narrative shapers. And ease up from representatives who have not the fondest clue how to represent. And ease up from Trinidadian contractors benefiting in major ways from Tobago's developmental allocation. And ease up. And ease up from allowing a politician who was given the stamp of disapproval by Tobagonians time and time again for their elitist ways and vindictive ways and elitist demeanor, but yet this administration found it fit to give them a seat in our legislature. Tobago, we need an ease up. And to the so-called youth advocate and now choir member, we have not forgotten you. Back then telling us PNM people about singing for a supper, but now you're the lead singer in a narrative shapers choir. Shame! We cry shame on you. For this is not what the people voted for. We did not sign up for this. So many plans they spoke about almost 4 years ago, but as they left the party, they rode into power. So too was their integrity left behind. No cares for the promises made under the once black banner. What happened to the bread and butter issues? Tobago people, I urge you to remember. And then, when we thought it couldn't get any worse, they came with the anchor. an anchor that they used to keep the ship of Tobago docked and crippled in the docks of underdevelopment and chaos. An anchor that was used to stop the ship of Tobago from sailing the seas of progress. But brothers and sisters, I am here to remind you that the ship belongs to the people of Tobago. And we need to be prepared to raise that anchor and set sail into Tobago's future. And need I remind you that the best place to start is by making the right choice and utilizing your finger. You have the power. You have the democratic right. You are responsible for ensuring that you don't elect MPs that appear like saviors today and the complete opposite tomorrow. You have the responsibility of ensuring that our we two Tobago girls secure these 2 seats in Tobago. So join the movement, that developmental movement, that stable movement, that right there with you movement, the people's national movement. For we are not a party in the ordinary, in the narrow sense of the word. We are rather a rally for all, and for all a mobilization of all the forces in the communities, cutting across race, religion, class, and color, with an emphasis on a united action by all the people in one common cause. These words proclaimed by our founding father, Dr. Eric Williams, in 1956, and they stand tested and true to this present day. We remain governed by the principles that bring us order and allows for us to govern in order. To the principles that bring us love and allows us to govern in love. To the principles that holds us accountable and ensures that we govern with accountability. From Dr. Eric Williams to the Honorable Stuart Young, SC. That is our story, brothers and sisters. That is our proud, proud legacy. My family, we remain committed to that mission, that 69-year-old mission, not necessarily being stuck with one vision, but shifting and adapting to meet the needs of each generation. We are the people's national movement, same color, same symbol. Win, lose, or draw, there's one fact that you can never ignore. We remain the same, delivering, developing, advocating and securing the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So be proud of your party, proud of your developmental legacy, one that is intertwined with the very fabric of this beautiful country. We are the PNM, and the PNM is we. Until our dying breath, we will continue to defend our people and their democracy. And so on April 28, brothers and sisters, block out their agendas and mark your calendars. From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., the battle takes place at the polls. Every vote matters. Every stained finger counts, not just for us, but for the many young lives coming up after us. Be bold for your future. Be brave for your future. This is not the time to allow your fire to dwindle or your energies to falter. For the only way we can truly claim Tobago's victory is when we work together. And brothers and sisters, no matter what they say and do, the history of development that Tobago has seen under this great party is something that they can never alter. The people's national movement. All in for Tobago then, now, and forever. Great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
PNM, them are the best. All the youths, new dance, they are go like this. All the youths rocking with the PNM. Everybody rolling with the PNM. All the steppers moving with the PNM. With the PNM, with the PNM. New dance for the PNM. The PNM. All the youths and all the children.
Brothers and sisters, PNM family, Delano on fire! Our youth speaker today has reminded us of the missteps of this, I don't know what to call them, TPP, THA administration. He has also shared with you, the young people and the people of Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago, the achievements of your people's national movement, central government. He has reminded you that Shamfa has delivered to the people of Tobago West. He has reminded you that Ayana has delivered to the people of Tobago East. He has reminded you that the People's National Movement central government has delivered to the people of Tobago and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are no pickup side. We are a party 60 years strong. 60 plus years strong. So brothers and sisters, give it up once again for Delano. So as we continue this evening, I am bringing to you a man who is the lone PNM representative in the Tobago House of Assembly. He has recently coined the term liabilities. And the reason for that is because the current Farley-led Tobago House of Assembly is an administration that are strangers to the truth. So he is in the business of exposing the lies, the wicked, hatred, and incompetent Tobago House of Assembly. So brothers and sisters, I am about to introduce to you the minority leader of the Tobago House of Assembly, Assemblyman for the electoral district of Darrell Spring Wim. Brothers and sisters, PNM family, put your hands together and welcome Assemblyman. Welcome Assemblyman. Welcome Assemblyman. My colleague and friend, Assemblyman Kelvin Morris.
PNM
PNM family, good afternoon. How we feeling? And you're looking even better. Brothers and sisters, PNM family, one and all, permit me to recognize in our midst our Prime Minister and Chairman of the People's National Movement and the next Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young. Of course, our political leader in the Tobago Council, my brother, my friend, the hard-working Brother Ansel Dennis. Chairman of the Tobago Council, Mr. Larry Paul. Members of the Tobago Council Executive. Of course, permit me to recognize our current Member of Parliament for Tobago East and returning Member of Parliament for Tobago East, the diligent, the dedicated Ayana Webster-Roy. And in Tobago West, permit me to recognize our current Member of Parliament and returning Member of Parliament, the feisty, the fearless, the fantastic Shamfa Ashaki Kujo Lewis. And I am extremely privileged to recognize our former Chief Secretary, the distinguished, the esteemed Orville Delano London in our presence. All our former members, assembly members, secretaries, assistant secretaries. I think I see former representative for Tobago West, former chairman, Mr. Stanford Calendar, also with us. and to our brilliant youth speaker. What more can I say about Delano Jofield? And most importantly, this evening, I want to recognize the hundreds of you, our loyal PNM Tobago supporters gathered here at Signal Hill. Good evening. Brothers and sisters, you know, I have had the privilege to listen Miss John at Mount Grace, Miss Oshun Trim, Daniel Wilson. Last night we heard Jada, Charles, and of course, today we heard Delano Jofield. And I'm saying, I am convinced that if you are a young person into the business of getting in politics, there's no better political institution to learn, grow, and develop your politics but the People's National Movement. Brothers and sisters, I stand before you here this afternoon with a simple message. In this election, there's but only one choice. A choice that is clear, a choice that is very easy, and a choice that will determine the future of not just Tobago, but Trinidad and Tobago. And in terms of Tobago, the choice in Tobago West is Mrs. Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis, and in Tobago East, our sister, Ayanna Webster-Roy. And wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago, the choice is PNM, PNM, PNM. Brothers and sisters, for us here in Tobago, I understand what transpired in 2021. Of course, the PNM served for over 20 years consecutive, and the cry for change is something that stepped in. And of course, persons bought into this cry, and I could understand. But, my brothers and sisters, the people of Tobago during that time, you were choosing between the known PNM and the unknown PDP. But today, 3.5 years later, you now have the known PNM and the known PDP, who is now the TPP. So, what they would have gotten away with in 2021, we must not make the same mistake. Once is enough. Brothers and sisters, we know the PNM is a party of unmatched delivery, a party that would always prioritize Tobago's development, a party whose representatives have earned your trust and have represented us with decency and dignity, a party with a track record of performance, and a party above all else that would always put island and country first. And on the other hand, we have the TPP, a party of deception, a party overrun by corruption, vindictiveness, and of course, a party suffering from a disease called liabilities, because all they do is lie, lie, and more lie. So tonight, brothers and sisters, again, as we head into this election, the choice is very easy. And who are we voting for? PNM, PNM, PNM. Brothers and sisters, even as I stand here with a very heavy heart. Not just with disappointment, but with deep sorrow for what has been done to Tobago. Of course, we all know the story of Jesus and Judas, a trusted disciple who sat amongst his people, claiming to love them, but in the end, for 30 pieces of silver, he turned his back on them, betrayed them, and sold them out. Today, Tobago has its own Judas. A man who stood before you, who promised to fight for you, who swore that he would put Tobago first. But behind closed doors, he sat down with his UNC friends, the same ones who voted, we saw it, we heard it, voted against Tobago's autonomy, while the PNM 22 representatives voted for Tobago to get more autonomy, increased budgetary allocation, the ability to make our own laws. These UNC cronies voted against Tobago's autonomy, and this same Tobago Judas sat with them because they never had Tobago's interests at heart, and he cut a deal. He sold Tobago out. But this betrayal didn't come for free. He took the 30 pieces of UNC silver up front, and now he's paying back his masters by handing over your money, Tobago people's money, to their friends and their financiers. It is an undisputed fact that under your PNM central government, this Tobago House of Assembly has received its largest budgetary allocation year after year. In just 3.5 years, Tobago have received close to $10 billion from the PNM-led central government. Think about that, brothers and sisters. $10 billion. And after receiving $10 billion from your PNM central government, the question we all must ask ourselves is, what has Farley and his jellyfish gang delivered for the people of Tobago? We walk around Tobago, you drive around Tobago, drive up on the north, look at the roads, drive along east side, and you, the people of Tobago East especially, you have a chief secretary from the east, a deputy chief secretary from the east. 5 of your assembly members are representatives of Tobago East. And you must ask yourself, for your votes, what have the people of the East benefited from this TPP administration? And yes, you are correct. The answer is simple. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And instead of developing Tobago, they have placed Tobago last. And while they put Tobago last, they have put their UNC financiers first. Brothers and sisters, let me remind you how Tobago's money, your money, was spent. You remember the 4 emergency roads? Shervan to Strawberry Local Road, now $100 million and counting. Guess who was the contractor? California Stucco Company, contractor from Central Trinidad. Pigeon Point Access Road, $54 million of your money. Guess who was the contractor? A roofing contractor, never built a road in his life. Contractor from South Trinidad. They decided they wanted to build some houses at Adventure. Contract valued at over $185 million. Guess again, who's the contractor? Contractor from Trinidad. Brothers and sisters, salt for your Tobago-based contractors. My people, this is not an accident. This is by design. You see, Tobago's Judas sold you out. And now you are seeing the price of this betrayal. He has betrayed Tobago workers. Over 300 Tobagonians fired, placed on the breadline. Your 4 standard best Tobago contractors, after the PNM developed them over 20 years so that they can build capacity and hire Tobago people, blacklisted, no work for them. And they have betrayed every single Tobagonian who trusted him to lead. So while Tobagonians are catching their auntie and their nenen while our young people, because when you walk the various communities and you talk to the young men and the young women, they are struggling for jobs. While our businesses fight to survive, business people are telling you it's been the hardest. They found business in Tobago, business shutting down. Businesses that were thriving under the PNM, now struggling to pay their loans. That money that should have been circulating in our economy is being sent straight back to Trinidad, to the same UNC financiers who pulled the strings behind the scenes. And this is being done while they circumvent the procurement process. They are handpicking, they are disregarding the procurement process, handpicking their UNC financiers. And while this is corruption, for me, this is treason against the people of Tobago. This chief secretary has committed treason against the people of Tobago. And if there was ever any doubt about this sellout, let me take you to the evidence. Because you see, it was just last week, the media reached out to the chief secretary because, of course, we in the PNM kept telling you we were convinced that the TPP is the UNC in Tobago. And therefore, the media reached out to the chief secretary and they asked him, Chief Secretary, are you in any kind of collaboration with the UNC? And the chief secretary made it, he likes to use this word, abundantly clear that we are not in any kind of relationship. We have never met, we have never talked, and we win alone, we lose alone, taking back the PNM's mantra. That was last week. But a few moments later, an audio recording starts circulating. And I don't know this chief secretary not learning. Because you remember there was one circulating before. And you remember what his supporters were saying when it was circulating? That it was AI, and one said PNM had a propaganda machine, and he saw the machine. So this audio recording starts circulating. And what did it reveal? This audio recording, for those of you who may not have heard it before now, what it captured a secret meeting between your chief secretary and the leader of the UNC, Mrs. Kamla Prasad-Bissessar, and they were discussing their plans of collaboration. The very collaboration that the chief secretary told us never happened. Now, I want you all to understand what is at stake here, because we live in a democratic country, freedom of association, and anybody, any party can associate with any other party. So we in the PNM, we have absolutely no issue with Farley, the TPP, being the representative here for the UNC. That's fine. But you see, we don't even have an issue with the fact that Farley plotted with the UNC to sell out. The real issue in this matter is that even after this chief secretary was caught red-handed, you know, the chief secretary came last night and was lying through his teeth. So we gave him an opportunity at that time, gave him an opportunity to at least come clean, Chief Secretary. Farley Chavez Augustine, we don't want no simmy-dimmy. Answer we yes or no. Is that you, Farley Chavez Augustine, with Kamla Prasad-Bissessar in that audio? Yes or no? That is all we want to know. Because you see, if they can look you in the eye and say that that recording is fake, what else are they trying to deceive you about? And my people, if they are so bold and dishonest while trying to get into power, because they're not in as yet, and they're lying to you already, imagine what they will do if we take God out with thought and give them control of this central government of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is why this UNC TPP alliance is very dangerous. And this is why we here in Tobago must ensure that we retain the representation of Shamfa Ashaki Kudjo and Ayanna Webster-Roy, and ensure that Stuart Richard Young is the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Because you see, they just cannot be trusted. And governance is an issue of trust. It is a pact between your government and the people. And if you have persons who are willing to be so dishonest out of government, just imagine how they would conduct their affairs in government. Brothers and sisters, so as I wrap up, while they are selling out Tobago, let me just tell you briefly about PNM's plan, Stuart Richard Young's plan, Shamfa Ashaki Kudjo Lewis' plan, Ayanna Webster-Roy's plan for Tobago. You have already seen, just recently we opened the world-class A&R Robinson International Airport Terminal. And you would have heard announced, and tomorrow, Stuart Richard Young will be leading a conversation between stakeholders, between the owners of sandals, bringing that opportunity to Tobago. And we also have the Marriott arrangement on course as well, because that would have been the central government leveraging the property at Rocky Point so that we can also have that hotel development. We also have plans for a first-class, state-of-the-art marina designed to attract high-value tourism and investment. And these are not just empty promises. These are strategic development designed, one, to boost Tobago's tourism industry and increase arrivals from major source markets, expand opportunities for agriculture so that our farmers can supply fresh, local produce to these world-class hotels, stabilize and grow our private sector, allowing small businesses and entrepreneurs to thrive, create hundreds and hundreds of high-quality, high-paying jobs for Tobagonians and Trinidadians alike, generate serious foreign exchange, because when you go to islands as Barbados and St. Kitts and these islands where tourism is thriving, they are awash with foreign currency. And this is a challenge right now facing the entire country. So if Tobago can run a successful and booming tourism industry, this will help our foreign exchange challenge that we are facing right now. So brothers and sisters, the PNM have a plan. The PNM have a commitment to boost Tobago's tourism, because I've always said Tobago's tourism should be to Trinidad and Tobago what the energy sector is to Trinidad and Tobago. And this is why the PNM is placing such a focus on tourism. While they are failing, they have spent $25 million traveling all over the world. Tasha, the explorer, and she has come back with empty nothing. Where's the hotels? Where's the airlines? Where are the tourists? Not to be found. So they are failing. And you know, even as they are failing, you have this outer place, Judas, still trying to obstruct the sandals. Just today I'm reading in the newspapers where he's saying that he's not going to support sandals unless sandals bring their own money. So and my question simply to him is, since you want investors bring their own money, where your investors and where their money? Where is the investment coming from Farley? Farley took $5 million, paid to go and give a 5-minute speech in London. Then he told us he had 15 investors. And I want to ask him from this platform, where are those 15 investors? Brothers and sisters, so as I wrap up, and as you get to understand, and as we continue to discuss the issues, you have a very easy choice. Because you see, ultimately, this election is about electing a prime minister and a government. In Tobago, you have 2 PNM representatives that you can trust, that would have represented you faithfully, diligently, honestly, and with integrity. And you have a party, the TPP, that have failed you abundantly, that have embarrassed you across the country, and therefore, the TPP along with the UNC should not be anything that Tobagonians want to associate. So it's not about race, Farley. We in Tobago, we are welcoming to everyone. But what Tobagonians detest is dishonesty and corruption. And therefore, that is why we will continue to hold faith with Ayanna Webster-Roy in Tobago East and Shamfa Ashaki Kujo in Tobago West. And when we do that, on April the 28th, we shall all sing in one voice as George Richard Young is announced as the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Great is this party called PNM. Great is this party called PNM. Great is this party called PNM. And we shall prevail. I thank you.
PNM, 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 PNM.
We getting it done in the fires of hope and prayer. Together as one, there is no load we cannot bear.
I see the light at the end of the rainbow. I see the bright blue skies.
Tomorrow has come.
Women flag, people. Where the PNM flag, man? Let me see you wave that flag, man.
We getting it done.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, for the PNM. Hey, hey, for the getting it done. Hey, hey, for the PNM.
I want to sweep. We sweeping the blue away. Sweep them.
For the PNM. Hey, hey, for the getting it done. Hey, hey, for the PNM. Hey, hey, for the getting it done. Hey, hey, for the PNM. Hey, hey, for the getting it done.
PNM people, how we feeling? When the minority leader steps on the stage, you know he coming with facts. I don't know what kind of doctor he is, but he diagnosed this administration with a rare disease. What they calling it? Oh, pressure. You know it have a penalty for treason. Y'all know it's a penalty for treason? Leave that one alone. But I want to talk to the people in the East. What all you see? All you get anything over the last 3 years from this administration? Tobago East, what you get? Tobago East, Chief Secretary and Deputy Chief Secretary from Tobago East. And salt. All they're telling you to do is ease me up. Well, I don't know what to do. All you know what to do April 28th, you know. Ease them up. Ease them up with a finger. This one. Right? Ease them up. We're bringing on a man. Where the man, boy? The man sing a calypso. That mash up the Tobago monarch. PL was Tobago monarch, the man sing? The man sing a song that mash up the place. And he come in today to mash up the place. PNM people, make some noise. Make some noise for Mr. Alex Gift Tobago. sing the colors, it's not mine. But they started. Make some noise for Tobago. Tobago. Chucky. I gotta sing the song.
Present evening, ladies and gentlemen, take this warning. It's a message of it. It took Fali for long years to feel Tobagonian's pain. So he built a roundabout to ease up the traffic strain. I was so happy when he became the chief secretary. Why I run and tell everybody there goes a man with integrity. So my brother, I am telling you flat, I don't come and sing fearlessly. I don't come and sing fearlessly. Boy, and you me ain't afraid nobody. So I want to be Ghanaians to bear with me while I list the facts as I see. So you will be able to see clearly, to stain your finger carefully. For the first time in Tobago's history, that a sitting chief secretary was investigated for talking loud on a walkie-talkie. Voices sounding so plain, hearing them again and again. I thought I was going insane. I feel like I trust that man again. And when pressured and questioned by the media about that whistleblower, he came out bold and brave and tell we, hey, me and know that fella. But when he realized jail coming and blue clothes he might be wearing, he quickly ran on TV admitting, it's my voice only here talking. Boy, I feeling shame. Sing! I feeling shame. He making me feel to go and vote again. I feeling shame. He should apologize like rain. I feeling so shame. I going on a vote again. Take this warning. Tracy. I made a different turn 3 years and 4 months ago, analyzing things and watching them on the low. How they're taking bread secretly from who supporting a next party, then telling we publicly they were a strain on the treasury. He took a turn quite down by Tadco and bounced on people just so. Some still can't survive that blow. Others end up in casino. Vanos and Hotroy, he passed them straight and left them outside the gate. Hotroy grieved and left cause he couldn't wait. And Vanos say, you're liar, he getting late. You're a fake. He quickly drove his car down by CPEP. His license was not 1 year yet. And licked down workers there in the process. Some car recover as yet. Then he drove around by forestry and licked down people suddenly. Some got injured so badly, and he has shown no kind of mercy. By the hospital up in casualty, we had an emergency. So he picked up nurses from all over to fill up some vacancy. Then he slammed the brakes on them suddenly, causing one big catastrophe. Now he looking like that mouse called Mickey. No direction, no policy. Boy, I feeling shame. I feeling shame. He making me feel to go and vote again. I feeling shame. Both try Charles turning in the grave. Oh well, I feeling so shame. I feeling so roundabout turn again. How will you feel the same way? All you feel the same way? That's the general talk of the population. This verse is yours. You can like it often. I was planning to shut my mouth and pretend I ain't seen nothing. Keep a low profile and watch Calypsonian sing. Minding my own business and don't take on no stupidness. Leave them to do naughtiness and watch Tobagonians perish. But my duty as a Calypsonian is to make people understand Tobago is a sweet island, the only gem of the Caribbean. So it's time to stop all this corruption, thieving, murder and confusion. Then replace the gun with Bible in hand and be that fake politician. Because as soon as he got in office, he started acting biggish. Like old people say, he get foppish. How the hell he get so mannish? He is the Tobago leader and he's not the prime minister. Just a gentle reminder, he was just a young school teacher. And how come he can't talk to that secretary for breeding his own secretary? Is it because he hiding something or feeding he secretly? I remember what he said before, that no one is above the law. So then why he plastering every saw and putting values out the door? All you tell him, boy, I feel they're making me feel to go and vote again. I'm feeling shame for not see Samson the fooling he again. I'm feeling so shame. I'm feeling to roundabout turn again. I'm gonna give you a special verse. Roslyn! Miss Beckles, how are you? I promised the public I will stop singing politics. I will refrain from giving politicians licks. I was going and sing a humor like Papa P, Boomer and Punching, and leave the ridiculing for Giselle, Wendy and Queen Roslyn. But when I see that roundabout have no pedestrian crossing, look how young and old people scampering to go across to licensing. Watch all the markings and the paintings where to go. I still wondering. The traffic light was kinda guiding me in which direction I should be going. Them contractors get so many millions, all of them were Trinidadians. Yet he promised fellow Tobagonians that they would get their portion. So much millions went down the drain to stop flooding all around. Yet when heavy rains come down, the place can't still find no place to run. He put a driver with no heavity to run Stolly Park Quarry. He only have a class 3, not even a damn degree. Why Mantle Lodge cost so much money and what's going on there presently? I hear Spanish frequent there secretly, whining on pole with bikini. You tell me, I'm feeling shame. I'm feeling. They're making me feel to go and vote again. I'm feeling shame. Jewel and all say he just fake, he going again. I'm feeling so shame. I'm feeling to roundabout turn. Here is two things. Don't trust that TPP. It's a branch of the UNC. Me and my family say we vote in PNM party. Look, my partner Viri, she says she ain't trusting that not see. I feel, I saw all I hear and we saw we vote in PM party. Thank you.
Make some noise for Tobago Chucky. I'm feeling what? I'm feeling shame. I'm feeling the roundabout. Turn again. Listen, if you're feeling shame, you should shame enough to go and vote for the PNM come April 28th. Make some noise for Tobago Chucky. I'm feeling shame as a Tobagonian. Shame, shame, shame. But we know what we had to do. We had to make sure we keep Ayanna Webster Roy and for Joe Lewis in the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to bring a young lady to the stage at this time to do something special. The youth speaker from last night in Mount St. George. A young lady that continues to make a name for herself. Bring on at this time, Jada Child.
PNM family! Red Army! Tobago East, are you here? Tobago East, are you here? Ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing to the stage a real daughter of the soil, a woman of grace, of class. She is not just talk, but she is about action. A relentless advocate for Tobago East. She is not just a politician, but a powerhouse. From the hills of Roxborough to the halls of government, she has done Tobago East proud. She has stood tall, she has worked hard, and she has represented us well. From community development to national empowerment, she has represented us with grace, with power, with results. A true Tobagonian patriot. PNM family, put your hands together, wave your flag, clap your hands as we welcome the one and only, the returning member of Parliament for Tobago East, Mrs. Ayanna Webster Roy.
I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. I depend down to me elbow, darling. From slave side to Canaan, we making it through this moment. What a reason! Higher than higher heights is our limit. So we ain't leaving. No one behind, we will not desert you. Come on, protect the future. I know we can do this thing, yeah. So right now, let me fix up. Come on, now let me link up. Bring up and let me build up. Tobago as one. From the country that love, the PNM army is the way that we love. Proper representation. Hey, we got this. We got this. We got this. PNM. We got this. We got this. Whoa, 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 yeah.
PNM people, Tobago East people, Michelleville people, Signal Hill, how we feeling? Red Army, how we feeling? It is good to be in the house of the People's National Movement. Brothers and sisters of the People's National Movement, permit me to recognize my friend, my Prime Minister, Chairman of the People's National Movement, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young. Permit me to recognize
recognize my friend, my former boss in the Tobago House of Assembly, political leader of the Tobago Council, Mr. Ansel Dennis. My brethren in the Anglican Church, chairman of the Tobago Council, Mr. Larry Paul. And all the executive of the Tobago Council. I also want to bring greetings and recognition to our General Secretary, Assistant General Secretary, Ms. Patricia Alexis. And I want you to make some noise for my sister in service. I could not have done this journey without her. Incoming Member of Parliament for Tobago West, the Honorable Shamfa Cajole Lewis. One is enough. Any day, anytime, you bring in the fight. Minority Leader, Mr. Kelvin Morris. I also want to recognize our youth speaker, Mr. Delano Jofield. I'm extremely proud of you. And all the members of the Youth League here with us. And I also want to pay homage to former Chief Secretary, Mr. Orville London. PNM family, Tobago family, Trinidad and Tobago family. Brothers and sisters of Tobago East, Tobago West, and a proud Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Good evening, it's Kenchuk Pickney, Ayana. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life, of whom should I be afraid? These are the words I have whispered to myself through almost 10 years of taxing service to people and country. These are the words of assurance I quietly recite on countless flights between Trinidad and Tobago whenever we encounter turbulence. Brothers and sisters, these are my words of affirmation during every chaotic car ride from one end of Trinidad and Tobago to the next, seeing about your business. Brothers and sisters of Tobago and the wider nation, I stand today unshaken, unafraid, and unwavering. Because I am rooted in purpose, grounded in progress, and powered by an unshakable faith in the Most High God. I stand before you not just as someone who served as a member of parliament, not just as a minister of government, but as your sister in service. I stand as your voice in the corridors of power and your partner in this journey towards a brighter tomorrow. I stand grounded in faith, humbled by your trust and fueled by a vision that is bigger than any one person. A vision for a stronger, safer, more prosperous Tobago and a better Trinidad and Tobago for all. Over the past 2 terms, we have walked this journey together. Tobago East, we have walked this journey together. We have faced hurricanes of uncertainty, storms of global crisis, and waves of change. But like the psalmist, we stood firm, unshaken, undaunted, for we knew the same God who guided us yesterday would carry us today and tomorrow and forward into a better tomorrow. We faced the pandemic and we protected lives. We supported families through economic turbulence. We invested in our children, in our infrastructure, in healthcare, in education, and social support. And we never abandoned the vulnerable. That is what true leadership looks like. That is what People's National Movement leadership looks like, brothers and sisters. As your Member of Parliament for Tobago East, and as a minister in the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I have fought to make sure that our island never stood in the shadow of neglect. We ensured that Tobago received her fair share of the national pie. We ensured that we established opportunities for meaningful collaboration that redounded to the benefit of all Tobagoans. All are we benefit from the national pie. And brothers and sisters, we delivered. Team PNM delivered. We delivered to the people of Tobago and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We delivered projects. We improved school infrastructure so our children can safely study and get an education. I remember when the money wasn't readily available, approaching international partners and agencies to work with us. And we brought to the children of Trinidad and Tobago. We brought to the children in schools in Tobago East and Tobago West the UN Foundations program, giving them the ability to cope with the challenges that they face as young people. We gave to the young boys in schools in Tobago East and West the Barbershop Initiative. We strengthened health services in our communities. It was under the People's National Movement, with your girl from country as Member of Parliament, with Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley serving as Prime Minister, with Shamfa sitting with me in the cabinet. We gave to the people of Mariah a new health center. We gave to the people of Tobago East a hospital. Brothers and sisters, we supported youth development through education and empowerment programs. Through the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, we brought myriad of training opportunities to young people in Trinidad and Tobago. And even when the training opportunities were in Trinidad, we ensured that our Tobago young men and young women benefited. I could talk about those young people from my constituency who journeyed to Trinidad and took part in the linesman training under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service in collaboration with TNTech. Brothers and sisters, we delivered. We created opportunities for small businesses to grow. Every week in the Tobago East and the Tobago West constituency office, we have NETCO there working with our constituents, helping them to expand their businesses. And we did that nationally. Brothers and sisters, we delivered. And we did all this while staying true to the principles of good governance, transparency, accountability, and service above self. Brothers and sisters, transparency, accountability, and service above self. We did all this with the guidance and the support of a Tobago East man who stood at the helm of our party and our government. We were able to steer SS Trinidad and Tobago through many turbulent periods because of the vision and the leadership of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, a true statesman, a servant leader, and a builder of a modern nation. Under his guidance, we laid the groundwork. We invested in infrastructure, health, education, housing, digital transformation, and social services. We protected the vulnerable. We gave voice to the voiceless. We empowered our youth, uplifted our women, and stood with those who were working with us to ensure we have a safer Trinidad and Tobago. We always, under his guidance, stood for what is right. And it wasn't easy. As the saying goes, we are hard people to govern. It wasn't easy, but we have been doing it, brothers and sisters. But friends, this election is not just about what was done in the past. It is about what we can do, what we can continue to do. It is about us moving towards a brighter future. We're not turning back. We are turning a new page. A new chapter is unfolding. And at its helm is a leader forged in discipline, purpose, and results. My friend, Prime Minister Stuart Richard Young. Brothers and sisters of Trinidad and Tobago, this is not just a continuation. It is a bold leap forward. With Stuart Young, we are moving into an era defined by digital transformation, economic diversification, energy innovation, and social renewal. He is young, he is ready, he is responsible, and he is deeply deeply committed to building a brighter Trinidad and Tobago where no community is left behind. And that, my brothers and sisters of Tobago East, includes Tobago. My fellow Tobagonians, we are on the cusp of transformation. But let me be clear, this transformation cannot happen without your vote. It cannot happen without your vote. And it cannot happen if we become complacent. Let us remember something. Elections are not won by rallies. Elections are not won by fancy speeches. Elections are won on election day. Brothers and sisters, elections are not won by rallies. Elections are not won by big motorcades. Elections are won on election day. We must rise early, Tobago East people. We must rise early, Tobago West people. We must rise early, PNM people. We must knock on the doors. We must bring out our brothers and sisters to the polls. We must ensure that every PNM vote is counted. Every vote matters. Every conversation matters. Every single community matters. Because let me remind you, the only way to ensure that the people's national movement, government, wins both seats in Tobago and enjoy a majority in Trinidad is to ensure that we all go out and vote. Brothers and sisters, the only way we could ensure that my friend continues to be the next Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is if we go out and vote. So this evening, Tobago people, I call on you. To our faithful foot soldiers, go into every village, every community, and every home. To our youth league, light up social media, share your message, counter the misinformation with truth. Youth league people, I need all you to come out big and bad. To our elders, be our moral compass, our wisdom, and our inspiration. To every PNM supporter, do not sit this one out. Get involved, get active, get your voting finger ready. And to the undecided voters, I say this, ask yourself, who has proven that they can lead in a crisis? Who has delivered real results for Tobago and for Trinidad and Tobago? Who has a plan? Who has a track record? Who puts people before politics? Only the People's National Movement. PNM. The ever ready, the ever responsible People's National Movement. PNM. Brothers and sisters, we have never wavered in our commitment to Tobago. We have never wavered in our commitment to this nation. Unlike others, we did not come with empty slogans or temporary gimmicks. We came with vision. We came with action. We came with love. And as I say, Tobago East is love. But this evening, I must also speak of the betrayal that has wounded the soul of our island. Brothers and sisters of Tobago, you will remember the fight for greater autonomy for Tobago, a fight waved with passion, unity, and purpose. We came close. Tobago, we came really, really close. We were on the brink of making history. But just like Judas, who for 30 pieces of silver sold out the Messiah, some among us sold out Tobago. Some among us sold out Tobago's dream. The current administration in Tobago, in their desperation to cling to power, struck a deal with the UNC, a deal that traded away our right to self-determination. They betrayed the autonomy bill. They betrayed our people. But my friends, they also betrayed the future of Tobago. They betrayed your children and your children's children. But my friends, don't let the betrayal break us. Let it ignite our resolve. Let it strengthen our unity. Let it remind us that only the PNM and only a PNM government will fight fearlessly for Tobago. Only a PNM government will fight fearlessly for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The same PNM that took us out of the backwaters of colonialism. The same PNM that has always fought to safeguard our sovereignty. The same PNM, brothers and sisters, the same symbol, the same principles, the same values. No matter what they do, they can't change the people's national movement. Tobago people, Trinidad and Tobago people, Tobago East people, once you give us the requisite majority in the House, we will revive the push for autonomy, not as a bargaining chip, but as a birthright for all are we. We will build an economy that serves our people. We will expand opportunities in tourism, tech, agriculture, and the blue economy. We will implement our Women, Peace, and Security National Action Plan to create safer communities. Brothers and sisters, we will roll out Spice TT nationally to address the root cause of violence and poverty, starting right here in Tobago East with the community of Mount St. George, and right here in Tobago West with the community of Golden Lane, and right there across the aisle at our sister, we will go into Maloney, we will go into Beetham, we will go into Enterprise, and we will go into Marabella train line, and we would work to reclaim our young people in our communities. Brothers and sisters, our plan is real. It is my Prime Minister who approved our Women, Peace, and Security National Action Plan. It is my Prime Minister who gave Spice Tea to the nod. It is my Prime Minister who gave his unwavering commitment to safeguarding the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is my young, strong Prime Minister who is going to take us forward. Brothers and sisters, our plan is real. Our purpose is clear. Our commitment remains unwavering. To our Trimbagonian youth, you are not the future, you are the present. We are building for you. We are investing in you. We believe in you. Tobago East Youth League, we believe in you. To our Trimbagonian women, you are the heart of our homes, our economy, and our communities. We will continue to empower and protect you. To our men, the men of beautiful Trinidad and Tobago, you are vital to nation building. We will continue to support your growth, your mental wellness, and economic participation because we need our men on this journey with us. To our elders of Trinidad and Tobago, our beloved elders, you deserve dignity, you deserve safety, you deserve care, and we give you our commitment to give you the safety, the dignity, and the care you deserve. To the children in every community across Trinidad and Tobago, to the children like my own children, to your children, and to future generations of children in Trinidad and Tobago. Everything we do, all that we do it for you. You are at the heart of our development agenda. To our religious leaders and civil society partners, thank you for walking with us. Let us deepen our partnership. Let us continue building Trinidad and Tobago together. Let us take this journey forward with Stuart Young as our Prime Minister.
PNM.
Again, I make this appeal to our religious leaders and our civil society group. If ever time we needed you to stand up, we need you to stand up now. My friends, this is the moment. Let us not falter. Let us not forget. Let us not be fooled by those who betrayed us before and will do so again. Let us rally around leadership that is tested, trusted, and ready. Let us vote for proven performance. Let us vote for people-centered policy. Let us vote for the people's national movement. Brothers and sisters of Trinidad and Tobago, let us vote to return both Tobago seats to the red, ready, and responsible team that will join the majority in the Red House. Brothers and sisters of Tobago, let us come together and ensure the 2 Tobago seats join the red, ready, and responsible team that would form the majority in the Red House. Let us rally around leadership that won't fail you. Let us rally around a new vision, a new chapter, a new purpose for Trinidad and Tobago. Brothers and sisters of Trinidad and Tobago, if ever a time we needed you to send a message with your voting finger, it is now. So let us vote for the next government that would ensure that your children and your children's children have a brighter future. So I say to you this evening, PNM people, Red Army, Trinidad and Tobago people, even if you say yellow is your code, I bring you on board. Even if they say you're blue, I ask you to join the red crew. Because you know what? People's National Movement will form the next government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So I say to my brothers and sisters of Tobago East, my Roxborough people, my Grogo Patch people, my Castara people, my 4th Street people, my Bagatelle people, my Frenchfield people, my Mount St. George people, the whole of Tobago East people. Hold your head up high. You had almost 10 years of solid representation. Walk proud, Tobago East people. Kenshaw Pickney may call you proud. Hold your head up high, Tobago East people. Barbara Daughter may call you smile. Tobago East people, Kevin Roy's girl delivered to you. So I say to you, my brothers and sisters, this evening of Trinidad and Tobago, be bold, be strong, be determined. And when the sun rises on election day, let it rise on an island and a nation moving forward with Stuart Young. Let it rise on a people united in purpose, a nation destined for greatness. Brothers and sisters, let it rise on a new day where PNM once again holds the reign of Trinidad and Tobago.
PNM.
But I must remind you again, my brothers and sisters, elections are not won by rallies. Elections are not won by fancy speeches. Elections are not won by big motorcades. Elections are won on election day. We must rise early. We must knock on every door. We must bring our brothers and sisters to the polls. We must ensure every PNM vote is counted. Brothers and sisters, faith without works is dead. We had to put in the work. We had to put in the work. And once we put in the work, on the night of April 28th, when we recognize that God's goodness surely did prevail, When we recognize that all the walks throughout Tobago, East and Tobago West, they were not in vain. When we recognize that by 7 o'clock, Ayana done win in the East, and Shampa done mash them up in the West. Brothers and sisters of the People's National Movement, brothers and sisters of Trinidad and Tobago, whether you want to vote we or vote yellow, come the night of April 28th, you're going to say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall always, always be there.
I said this is the time, ready, ready, show me ready, ready, show me ready, ready. This is the time. This is the place, the future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before.
Tobago East, come forward! Tobago East, stand up! Tobago East, make some noise for your champion! Your next representative! A woman of passion, a woman of purpose, a woman who has delivered, a powerful woman. Your next member of Parliament, Tobago East, make some noise for Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy.
This is the time. I said this is the time. Ready, ready, show me who ready, ready, show me who ready, ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before.
Brothers and sisters, we warm. Brothers and sisters, we hot. Brothers and sisters, we're piping. PNM family, are you ready? Brothers and sisters, put your hands together and welcome Brother Eric Powder doing a piece entitled Voices. Put your hands together and welcome Brother Eric Powder.
PNM family, how we doing? We ready and ready? All right, you know, I happen to be born at the right time. This great party started in 1956, and I was born in 1957. So my parents had no problem in naming me Eric. And I understand for the past 2 or 3 weeks, all the boy picnic them or born, them I name them Stuart. So brothers and sisters, a couple of years ago, we heard some voices. And I wrote a piece. And I just threw it aside there. I never used it. I never, you know. I was waiting for the outcome to conclude it. Lo and behold, yesterday, I hear more voices. So, I want to just do this little piece for you that I wrote back then. Very relevant still. Voices. Voice in or voice out? Voice silent or voice shout? Voice or no voice? Is my bloody choice. Voice note from my throat, whether sink or float. To assign by design is to define. No, not a sign to resign. farly removed or closely approved. Somebody track it, crack it, hack it, and pack it to make a racket. Voice up or voice down. Voice in country and voice in tongue. Voice just voicing all along, all around. No, they can't party like we, cause we still in campaign mode, election code. I hearing big truck on the road, music, loudspeakers, me head overload with voices shouting. We must keep the narrative alive if we want to survive. To live, can't forgive. From strategy to tragedy. How come the same voice to fix it could mix it, tricks it, licks it, and even try to six it? So I see the big machine maxing up voices like bread, dirty and clean. My voice, your voice. Heard and unheard, seen and unseen. A baker's dozen, 13 on the scene. 4 or 5 more fake profiles in between. Chanel, Chanel, she knelt and prayed that all could stay and play. What good for the proper goose is better for the propaganda. As we wander and pander to become grander and evade slander, then investigation, integrity commission, police seize devices, searches by limbs of the law, from filing cabinets to panty drawer. Minority in their space, get in place and give face value. To mumble and rumble, cause them to stumble. Akil, Akil! No, no killing. Only hitting and pitting. Kidnapping. Jumping, skipping into official residence for 2 a.m. meeting. Forced recording, tailored for special sitting. Prime Minister, Commissioner of Police, legal Peter's son, embroiled and soiled, to be fakely spoiled. It backfire on the barbed wire. Hence, the fence of defense can't recompense. Just didn't make any sense. Investigation reference, deafening silence. What happened to my voice? What happened to my voice? It not talking? Oops. Watch the knob. Still recording.
PNM family, make some noise to Brother Eric Powder. A true depiction of the events surrounding Audio Gates 1 and 2, and there are probably more Audio Gates to come. Put your hands together again for Brother Eric Powder. Mr. DJ, give us something.
Up in the east, yeah. Team up in the west, yeah. We got this. Hey. got this. Hey, hey.
Come on, PNM family. Put your rugs in the air. Tobago West, are you ready? I repeat, Tobago West, are you ready? Put your hands together as I introduce another young leader to introduce our next member of parliament for Tobago West. Put your hands together and welcome the young, vibrant Daniel Wilson.
Big Red Rally! I said Big Red Rally! Brothers and sisters, it fills me heart with philanthropic joy and cardiacal palpitations to stand before you today and introduce a woman whose strength and dedication have shaped the very future of Tobago and the Tobago West. This is no ordinary leader. This is a woman who exemplifies strength, not just in the physical sense, but in a deeper, more transformative way. A strength that creates opportunities where none existed. A strength that challenges obstacles and turns them into triumph. A strength that stays grounded in the communities, listening, responding, and lifting up every single Tobagonian. And so, with great pride and confidence, I stand to introduce a leader who will continue to lead this land. The unstoppable force, the one who's best, the true leader of Tobago West, the Honorable Stamper, Kojo Louis.
We got this. Hey, we got this. Hey, hey. I cannot wait for election morning.
PNM.
Tell them why. Tell them why. I depend up to me elbow, darling. From Smithside to Canaan, we making it through this moment. What a reason. Higher and higher heights is our limit. So we ain't leaving. No one behind, we will not desert you. Come on, protect the future. I know we can do this thing, yeah. So right now, let me fix up. Come on, now we think of lingo. We got to know we build up. Tobago as one. From the country that know. The feeling of honor is the way that we love. Provide representation. Hey, we got this. We got this. We got this. PNM. We got this. We got this. We got this. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Thank you. PNM family, how you feeling? PNM family, how are you feeling? You're looking good. You're looking good, brothers and sisters. It's a privilege to be here today with my family. I want to recognize and salute the chairman of our party, our sitting Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister on the morning of April 29th, no other than my friend, my colleague, the Honorable Stuart Richard Leong. We love you. I want to recognize the chairman for us here in Tobago, no other than Mr. Larry Paul. I want to recognize our Tobago political leader, Mr. Ansel Dennis. My sister in service, of course, no other than Ayana Webster Roy. You and only you, thank you. I want to recognize our dear minority leader, Mr. Kelvin Morris. One is enough.
the youth speakers, the executive of the People's National Movement. A special salute, of course, to my political godfather, Mr. Orville Delano London, former Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, former political leader. I want to salute also a lady who has given us yeoman service in the Tobago House of Assembly, Tracy Davidson Celestine, a former Chief Secretary. Allow me also to salute a stalwart, no other than Mrs. Claudia Groom-Duke, a servant leader indeed. All other former secretaries of the Tobago House of Assembly, stalwarts, leaders, the people who have gone the distance for the People's National Movement, you brothers and sisters, a hearty, heartfelt good evening. It's a privilege to stand before you once again because it started right here in June 2010. I addressed the People's National Movement for the first time right here at Signal Hill Secondary. So this is a special place for me. At that time, I was 28 years old, and they were saying that I was too young. And here I am, so many years later, over 100 speeches in the parliament standing in defense of the people of Tobago. Here I am, here I stand, offering myself to you once again. I'm humbled to represent you. It's indeed a privilege. It is always with a great sense of humility and great expectation that I look forward to standing before the Red Army, whether it's for a convention, a special occasion, and most importantly, I'm most excited when it's time for elections. Election is important business. I'm heartened to see so many of you out in your red this evening. You braved the weather. I love you too. And you've come out to represent. This shows that they are more for us than they are those against us. They are right-thinking people in Tobago. And I want you to remember that we are not afraid of them. We must never ever be afraid of them. We created the path for them. Yes? So here we are this evening, ready and responsible, right-thinking citizens. Give yourselves a round of applause. You see, we understand the seriousness of the occasion and the seriousness of the assignment. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history and our island's development. We are called upon once again to choose a government of caring, competent, and compassionate leaders. We are called to choose who would be Prime Minister. We are called to select whose hands will place the future of our children, who would safeguard our treasury and strengthen our economy so that the youngsters could stand a fighting chance. Which party would truly develop and invest in our island and take our country forward? At the end of the day, brothers and sisters, the decision is yours. Every single one of you. No matter how much they try to downplay the importance of going out and place your vote, it is one of the most important decisions you can make because it is what determines the type of life you would live, not only tomorrow and not only the next 5 years, but for decades and generations to come. It is a very, very serious decision. And we have come a long way as a people's national movement, nationally. But in Tobago, our journey is particularly special and unique. And it's something that we ought to be proud of because we are the ones who spent 30 years in opposition in Tobago. And we did our homework. We walked the ground, we knocked on every door, we developed our policies and became strong. And in 2021, under the leadership of Mr. Orville Delano London, we saw PNM leadership for the first time in our Tobago House of Assembly. And there and then, as a party that had been suffering in opposition for 30 years, we took a decision to deliver and to deliver with distinction. So it's interesting that they would say that we have done nothing. So we need to take them on a trip down memory lane, because we built the schools on this island. Mason Hall Secondary, Pentecostal Light and Life, Goodwood High School, Speyside High School, I forgot that. We built Scarborough RC with a kind of flair. Scarborough RC with a kind of flair. Scarborough RC with a type of flair that they told us that we're building a university for the little children. That's the kind of class that we build with. We are the People's National Movement. So for those who said we've done nothing, tell that to the people of Buku who got their community center under the People's National Movement. The people of Bethesda who got their community center under the People's National Movement. The people of Lambo and Canaan Bonacor, the people of Bethesda who got their center under the People's National Movement. We developed and lit the recreational facilities. It is under the PNM we got our first public pool in Black Rock. And then we hit them another one in Kendall under the People's National Movement. So when they ask, what have we done in Tobago for the time that we have spent, call it out to them. Shaw Park Cultural Complex. That's where they're using to hold effects now. The Scarborough Library. Victor E. Bruce Financial Complex. PNM. The upgrade of the Calder Hall Administrative Complex. PNM. Scarborough Health Center. Scarborough, the refurbishment of the Scarborough Hospital, spanking new Roxborough Hospital, PNM. Business development grants for those who have entrepreneurial skills and want to go a journey as it relates to building their own businesses. Venture capital arrangements for businesses that were suffering at the time. We introduced gates so many of us can have tertiary education. Technical and vocational studies. We gave you MIC building. You can name it, brothers and sisters. Latrine eradication, PNM. The Signal Hill Sewer Link Project, People's National Movement, housing developments across the island, People's National Movement. You want to hear some more of the nothing? Upgraded the Scarborough Market, People's National Movement. And then we start to get better and better at it. $600 million Cove Eco Industrial Park to promote business development. People's National Movement, a $300 million T&Tech Power Park. PNM. $300 million gas processing plant down at Cove. PNM. $1.1 billion gas line project from BHP Billington, 25 miles off the east coast of Trinidad, all the way to Tobago. PNM. Because we don't just build for today, we build for the future. So Signal Hill Secondary, understand why I say today is a special moment for me to greet you here and to address you right here at Signal Hill where it started. Because when I came and I joined the People's National Movement on their journey as a frontliner, I made a commitment to you to serve as a servant leader. I made a promise to be your voice. I made a promise to serve, a promise to represent, and a promise to deliver, and deliver I did. So when they ask what these two young girls doing at the cabinet, they say we down there, we're not saying anything. If we were not saying and doing anything, we wouldn't have been able to bring to Tobago a $2.1 billion airport expansion at the A&R Robinson Airport. We would not have been able to spend $30 billion refurbishing Dwight York Stadium that was in a state of disrepair under the opposition watch. we would not have been able to deliver the refurbishment of the Magdalena Golf Course and the resort to bring sport tourism business to Tobago. If we were sitting at the cabinet with our mouth, mum, we wouldn't be able to deliver a $125 million Southwest wastewater treatment plant to Tobago to improve the wastewater system in the Canaan, Bonaccord, Salmon Grove area. Now it has improved the flora and fauna in the area, and you have over 10,000 persons utilizing that facility. We delivered the Signal Hill to Apex transmission pipeline. I don't want to call it the Apex transmission pipeline anymore, because since they take it back from Ashworth Jack, I don't know what they call it Apex anymore. So we have to find a new name for that. But that was done to improve water supply to the tourism operators in Southwest Tobago. Because I remember when I served as the Minister of Tourism, every Easter, Liz Williams would make her way to share stories about water shortage in Southwest Tobago and having to call WASA to get tank-borne water. Those are stories of the past, thanks to delivery by the People's National Movement.
PNM.
It is Ayanna Webster Roy and Shamfa Kojo Lewis, my husband. Yes. We worked diligently to help to develop this legislation that spoke to the internal self-government and improved autonomy for the Tobago House of Assembly. I will go back to that later. But if we were sitting at the cabinet, Mom, we wouldn't have been able to deliver 2 new wells in the Bad Hill area to improve water reliability and sustainability for the people of Tobago West. Production of wells to serve Lekoto, Signal Hill, Canby, Calder Hall, Roxborough, Mary's Hill. We hosted international sporting activities in order to bring sport tourism to Trinidad and Tobago. And the list goes on and on and on. Internships for youngsters through the WASA through the WASA Engineering Leadership Program. We have over 8 Tobagonian engineers doing their internship. They are preparing to lead the water industry here in Tobago. Our youth speaker spoke about the Tobago Crab Farm Project, which is the first crab farm project in the nation. It's an agri-entrepreneurship initiative developed to rear, process, and package and sell blue shell crabs and high-quality crab meat. We have done that with the people of the Canaan Bonaccord area. We facilitated business grants to Tobago businesses, Arch J. Mac Industries, the Masters Cobbler, and Nidra Fashion. It is Ayanna Webster Roy and Shamfa Kojo Lewis at the cabinet who had been able to bring home over $25 million in home construction and refurbishment grants to Tobagonians. And we helped to expand the capacity for electricity distribution at the Cove Tech plant. The desilting of the Hillsborough Dam that was promised to us since I was in primary school in Mason Hall Government School, delivered under the People's National Movement. Booster stations, you name it, brothers and sisters, the list goes on and on and on. They said we've done nothing. Ask the people of Pigot Trace who got lights, street lights for the first time under this People's National Movement. Ask the people of Big Stick Gully Bethel. We gave lights to Big Stick Gully also. Ask the 39 young people who in October got $20,000 each in business grants to help in their business. Brothers and sisters, we are the People's National Movement. I have a list of 50 here. We can go on and on and on and on. But the thing is that they know. They know, but they try to mislead you. And some of them conveniently blind, some liar and some just wicked. And that's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. At the end of the day, it's about delivery. It's about performance. It's about progress for the country. They're encouraging us to vote the TPP. But what they need to explain to you clearly is that a vote for the TPP is a vote for the UNC. And if you were not sure about that last week, I'm sure you're sure about that now. Voices. Voices. A vote for the People's National Movement is a vote for the People's National Movement. And we can make that boast because what you see is what you get. We make it a business to go from constituency to constituency and do the work to find the right candidate. Not necessarily because you're popular, but because you're a hard worker and you have a passion for service. You have a love for people instead of a love for power. We spend the time, we present our candidates to you early. And we give you some time to criticize them, to go and investigate them and bring back news so that we could change them if we need to. Unlike the UNC, the day before the election, that is when people finding out they're not getting to run again. And you're presented with new candidates. Not like the TPP, who spent weeks after a screening exercise that included Barry and Trevor, and we end up with somebody else. We are the People's National Movement. A different quality, a different standard, and we are measured by a different yardstick, and we have no problem with that. So there's a careful selection. So at the end of the day, we ain't had to deal with nobody purging. They're selling us out. It is clear that this is a whole sellout operation that is taking place. So you are being told that you're voting for the TPP and they're going to go down there to negotiate their 2 seats, but they are taking us, delivering us into the hands of the UNC. And who didn't know that last week? You know that now, but you have to ask them what for. If you love Tobago and you are operating in the best interest of Tobago, what can the UNC give to us? They're busy telling us yellow is the code. What can the UNC give to us? And when you look at who you're choosing, you have to look at performance, you have to look at history. Because we have been led by the PNM before, and we've also been led by the UNC. We know what a UNC in central government gave. We know how much we suffered, how much we were disrespected. We know that we were cut off of social programs like self-help under the United National Congress. And it is the same way that the TOP members told us that they're going down to negotiate and to do better for Tobago and to give us internal self-government. Same story, different year. Same culprits too. Some in the front line, some in the back line. So Tobagonians, you have to mind your business. It is a whole sellout operation happening. And interestingly, last night, I had to listen to one of their speakers try to encourage people to vote that the UNC means well for Tobago. And he went on to tell the gathering that the PNM did not support Act number 40, 1996. Any of you listened to that meeting last night? Well, look a piece of, well, we had to macwa a little bit because we had to hear what they're saying, because they're out there telling lies and telling the people all sorts. So you had to listen. But they told the people that Act number 40 of 1996 was not supported by the People's National Movement. And at one point in time, they told them the PNM walk out the parliament and all sorts. Tell that to people who don't know their history. Because as much as Robinson brought this motion as an opposition senator, he himself, if you're being honest about the thing, he himself got out and walked out on his own motion, leaving Winston Murray to do the fighting. And when it get too much for Winston Murray, it was Overrun Padmore of the People's National Movement who joined in and helped in crafting the legislation. And it took a People's National Movement. We were the government at the time. I'm talking about 1980, sorry. I'm taking you to the original 1980. Yes? So we were in the government at the time when Robinson had brought the motion. So I'm right. Now I'm right. Because Mr. London was looking, I saw it on his face. I spent time with him, so I know he was uncomfortable. So I had to check back what I was saying. But I'm talking about the first act for the development of the Tobago House of Assembly in 1980 that Robinson brought, and he walked out on his own motion. He left the parliament, and it was Winston Murray who had to complete it, supported by Overand Padmore and the People's National Movement. And we supported the passing of that and the establishment of the Tobago House of Assembly. PNM. And then again, in Act 40 of 1996, yes, they were in government, and we were in opposition, and we supported. We supported. What they need to tell you is why them and Deborah Moore McGuinn's get away, because the things that they asked for after they set up the little partnership, they didn't get. We didn't get. And you know, we have to also tell the story that if Robinson himself, the architect of the thing, sat there as prime minister, teamed up with them and was president, if it was as easy as going down there with 2 seats, we would have had it already. Because it takes more than 2 seats to pass constitutional majority legislation. You big and you have sense, and you know 2 seats is not a majority. Even we in the People's National Movement with our 22 seats, we couldn't bring it home because 22 is not 31. A 3/4 majority is 31 seats, 31 votes. And we couldn't get the opposition to agree to something that we have been working on together for 7 years. Why? One, because they don't believe that Tobago should have internal self-government or that anything good is meant for Tobago. And then they were supported, propped up, and egged on by Farley and friends here in Tobago who told them, do not support at the very last minute. So brothers and sisters, we know exactly what the UNC gives. So depending on waiting on the UNC for internal self-government, we know what they give. So we have to look at what they're offering. One of the first things they say they're offering in the little manifesto is autonomy. The same autonomy that you did not give us. When the UNC had the opportunity to deliver that legislation to us, they brought it as an election gift, or should I say gimmick, 13 days before the Tobago House of Assembly election. No proper consultation with the Tobago House of Assembly, and the same 2-seaters sit there numb and allow that to happen. So if that happened then, what make you think it's not going to happen now? But they're going down there to fight with the 2 seats. What are they offering? When the TPP had the opportunity to contribute and influence the process relating to internal self-government, they chose to sit out. When they had years to write to the parliament as to what their position is or was, they waited until the last day of the debate to send the position, the last morning actually, not even the morning, because at 10 a.m. when we started, we had nothing, and it's around 1 o'clock that they sent their message. So that does not show people who are serious about influencing the process or people who are serious about internal self-government for Tobago. So putting that in your manifesto is a mama guy. You had so many opportunities to contribute and to speak up and to speak out. A matter of fact, in February, you promised that you would do widespread consultations. So many months after, you came with nothing and no consultation ain't happened yet. Have you seen or been invited to a consultation? No. So I don't know who they think they're fooling. Another thing, adequate funding. The legislation presented promised you 6.8%, but yet you're in the background fighting for 5%. You did not approve the legislation. You did not accept it. You shut it down. But now you're promising increased funding. Jobs for youth. These are things you're already responsible for, TPP. When you're in opposition, you had all the answers. Now you are leading in Tobago. You are responsible for job opportunities for our youth. You are responsible for employing our people and making sure that they have bread on their table. You are responsible. You don't have to go to Trinidad for that. So if you are there as the Secretary of Community Development and Youth, what happened to youth employment? All you can offer is 10 on, 10 off, and telling the young people, and if you want to stay on the 10 on, 10 off program, you got to stay with them for 6 months, and once we get the 2 Tobago seats, we're going to make you permanent. They're playing on the emotion and the ignorance of people. Utter nonsense. Then another item is cost of living concerns. Cost of living concerns, how? When you're firing public servants left, right, and center, you care about cost of living and how they're putting food on the table and paying their rent. Then they're offering salary increase. Now we know all too well how that works. They're promising all kind of things, and in the end they're telling us is a misprint after they win, because we remember 2010, we remember, matter of fact, the other day, ex gratia payment, we can't see that yet. And we remember when the UNC ran for government, they promised pension from the age of 60. We believe, they believe, and they voted for them. And they promised the senior citizens increased pension also. And then they told us that Ross Advertising made a misprint. Now they're going around to people's homes and telling the poor seniors that the PNM is going to take away their pension. They're wicked and they lie. I want to say to every senior citizen today, we created the social assistance for our seniors. We created just about every social support for our people, every single one. We have raised pension in the past, and we are taking the taxes out of pension so that you go home with more. We are not interfering or taking away your pension. I want to make that abundantly clear. Do not listen to them. They're promising food security. Food security, and they can't get the freezers in Tadco to work. But yet they're in charge of things. Opportunities for business while they cripple and starve Tobago contractors. Giving all our work to contractors from Trinidad. I'm not saying that Trinidadians not good or they're not able to do the work. But a lot of the work that is being sent to Trinidad or put in the hands of Trinidadian can be done by us here in Tobago, but they're busy telling you you're lazy. They're busy telling you that you are lazy. I know you didn't vote for that. Now they're telling us also about border patrols, improved border patrols. Can't be improved border patrols under the UNC that canceled the OPVs and were using the helicopters to pull bull from Port of Spain to Siparia and Port of Spain to Roxborough. Can't be. I want you to tell Farley and his friends, and also tell this message to Kamala. They must think Tobagonians are short-sighted and feeble-minded. Let's tell them we don't have amnesia and we are not stupid. Going down to fight for 2 seats. To fight, they say they're going down to fight with the 2 seats. I want you to tell Farley that the same base he was using the voice for Dr. Rowley, tell him use that with Kamala. Don't play spineless and stupid, giggling like a little girl talking about the money that you sent made it to Tobago safe. I want you to use the same base you just used for Dr. Rowley. Use that base there. Keep that same energy. But brothers and sisters, we know that that is all that Kamala gives. At election time, they flood the place with money, all kind of blandishments, all kind of excitement. And the day after election is nothing for you. When UNC win, Kamla, Rudal, them they win. Everybody else lose, and you know that all too well, brothers and sisters. They eat, you drink, they offer to fix up your house, I say take it. They offering you nice couch set and thing, take it. Fridge, oven, take it. Take it, take it, take it. And on election day, go out there and vote the People's National Movement.
PNM.
They're paying bloggers $40,000 to blog and troll influencers to mislead you. Some of them have like a spelling problem. But at the end of the day, they're getting their $40,000, brothers and sisters. And that is to tell you how important winning is to them at any cost. And the thing is that they're not really trying to get you to vote them because they know you're not going to vote them. They're trying to get you upset enough to stay home. And that is the problem, because staying home is like voting for them, brothers and sisters. When I walk, some people say, don't worry, I know you have it, man. No, elections are won on election day. You go out there and have your say, place your vote, brothers and sisters. Do not be misled. Mind your business. Our country deserves better. Our children deserve a brighter future. The PNM is about economic stability so that everybody could get a piece of the pie and be afforded opportunity. That is why we work so hard. That is why Stuart is out the country every now and then going to negotiate so that we can have the money and the investment to maintain the type of standard of living that we have become accustomed to. That is People's National Movement at work. We are about leadership with integrity. We are about strengthening the social safety net. We are not touching your pension, I say once again. So brothers and sisters, it's about opportunities and education for your children, and you know that all too well. So make it your business to go out there and vote for a government of decency, of order, a government of integrity, a solid prime minister in Stuart Richard Young. The answer to our problems is in your voice, and the power is in your vote. This is a clarion call for each and every one of you to get up and do the work. It is good to gather here. It is good to fellowship. It is good to wave our flags. But winning means going out there and knocking on every door and getting the vote out. Calling your neighbor, calling your friend, reminding them to vote the PNM. That is what would give us the victory, brothers and sisters. It is our work to do. Nobody else can do it for us. Do not be ashamed. Do not be afraid. There are many public servants who are home right now who cannot come out to be here with us because the administrator would call them in her office tomorrow. Sometimes the school supervisor calling you in she office too. We know it all too well, PNM people. So stand up for those who cannot speak. Stand up for those who cannot make their way to the meeting. But on election day, for those of you who have to pose up under them, whether you're a personal assistant, whether you're a driver, you know who you are. Make it your business and go out there and vote the People's National Movement. We will organize. We will mobilize. We will walk. We will talk, and we will vote. We will vote. We will vote. Ayana East, Ayana Webster Roy for Tobago East, and Shamfa Ashaki Kojo Lewis for Tobago West. Penny Beckles Robinson in Arima, and Stuart Richard Young for Prime Minister. 22 more days, we read and we ready. 41 strong candidates, we read and we ready. Faithful and fearless, we red and we ready. Minding with business, we red and we ready. PNM 10 steps ahead, we red and we ready. Straight out of we bed, we red and we ready. Responsible, red and ready. All in for TNT, red and ready. And on election day, when all is said and done, we've placed every vote and victory is won. We'll come back here or we meet in Market Square where we proudly sing our song, Great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. I thank you.
So you must put your ex.
Make some noise, PNM people!
PNM choose the best. Representative next. This woman ain't easy. This woman could talk. And all you don't doubt me, she could walk the walk. Just give she a chance. And all you go see how she will deliver all she policies. So you must put your head.
Come sing this song, man. Hush and fuck control.
PNM choose the best.
Hush and fuck control.
Representative next.
Shamfa control. We had a remix on that song. You're Shamfa control, Lewis. Well, you can't leave out that part. Quickly. TCW 5022, PCM 2162, PDM 3936. This car shouldn't be here. PDP 22. Hey, all behave on yourself. PDP 22. Well, I ain't know who write this number, though. I see 2Z. PDP ZZ21. I guess it's 2222. 2221. PDY 871. PDA 1806 and PDL 3911. You are asked to attend to your vehicles. Please, urgently. You know, there's a man who sing over 30-something PNM tunes. You know that man? You all know that man? Write and sing 30-plus PNM song. Who is that man? Who is that man? Now I hear the man remix a song. And I want the DJ to play that remix. No. Don't stick. Ring, ting, ting. Hey. Where me flag? Where me flag? Where me flag? The election bell ring. Don't make the mistake on April 28th. It's only one party that can govern this country effectively. The People's National Movement.
PNM, it's the best thing. Ring, ting, 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 ting. Election bell ring. We voting for PNM, it's the best.
I find them flag down in the back, you know.
We're not going back. It's too dark. We reach too far to turn back. We're not voting for the UNC. None of those jokers in this party. Ring, ting, ting. Election bell ring. We voting for PNM, it's the best thing.
Hey.
Ring, ting, 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 ting. Election bell ring. We voting for PNM, it's the best thing. We're not going back 2010.
I want to give Mr. Calendar a new word. It's the only thing. PNM is not just the best thing. It's the only thing. Somebody make some noise. We're keeping it going. We're keeping it going. We have some entertainment in the mix very quickly to keep you. As a man said, nomination morning, PNM people, lively up yourself. And I don't know about the prayer by Pastor Frank on Friday. did something, man. Because after nomination day, PNM people lively up themselves. You can't be afraid now. If we want to make sure we keep this thing going, we had to be, as the MP for Tobago West to say, out and bad. We ain't afraid nobody. So to give us some entertainment to lively up ourselves, we want to bring on at this time Adana.
We don't want nobody.
PNM people, how we feeling tonight? Can I see some rock in the air right now? Everybody, in the air, in the air, in the air. Right up, come on. All are ready to jump, all are ready to wave, all are ready to vote, ready to make we name, all are ready to vote hard. I want to see all the flags in the air right now. Take a side, we ready to ride. PNM on the fire, PNM on the energy, a positive energy. I want everybody, this side of the fire, that side of the energy, a positive energy. I want to see it like this, come on. Show me red, everything, show me red, everything. We're making our chances, PNM. Everybody, show me red, everything, show me red. Take it down. Take it down. We have anybody from the east in the crowd tonight? Make some noise. Anybody from the west? Anybody in the north side? Any Trinis here tonight? I want to see some red, everybody. In the air like this. I want to see all the flag. Big up to you one time. And we're going to take a wave. Come April 28th. We're going to stamp on the red. Everybody, come on. This side of the fire. This side of the energy. I'm positive energy. And the color. Come on. This side of the fire. This side of the energy. I'm positive energy. Everybody. Show me red. Everything. Show me red. Everything. We take it on chances. Come on. Show me red. Everything. Show me red. Everything. We take it on chances. Pull up one time. Somebody make some noise. We're reigniting the flame. PNM people, we out and bad April 28th. Let me get on the tune one time.
What you could do
I
when
want to
it
see
gets
some
this
flag in the air
ching-chong,
like this to me.
ching-chong.
If you believe that tomorrow,
What
you
you could do
promise.
when bumper fling
The time
down.
is now. Come on. There you go. Come on, guys. Sing it out, say.
If it was meant to be, I will find you. I ain't gonna end up behind you. Jamming there right behind you. Jamming there right behind you. Come, let we do it today. Let we do it today. I'm not sure to see you tomorrow. Don't tell me about tomorrow. I need it today. I will take it today. I ain't sure to get that tomorrow.
What you gonna do when you get this?
Ching chong.
Can I get some voices?
No.
What you gonna do when bumper?
Fling down.
Come on.
Fling down. No.
How you gonna do with all this magic? Hey, when I make that bumper, somebody put your hand in the air. Come on.
I mean, no liar. Gala, you make me higher. I go drink champagne over fire. Girl, wine and burn my desires. No. This not the usual. So don't get delusional.
Check it out. Can I hear some voices tonight? Come on, say. Come, let me do it.
Let me do it today. I'm not sure to see you tomorrow.
Don't tell me about tomorrow. I need if you represent for the red, if you represent for your future, from the east to the west, I want to see something in the air right now. Come on, put your hands up, put your hands up, let me dance up,
hold me like you never go see me.
Again. Come on, put your hands up, let me dance up, hold me like you never go see me. Come on, I say, come, let me do it. Let me do it. And it's sure to see you. Big up to my representative, Miss Shamfa Kajo. I need it. I'm going to take it today. And when we talk about representation, when I call her phone, she answers. And she helped me in so many ways. I want to say thank you, Miss Shamfa. Make some noise for our candidates today. Come on. I said, come, let me do it today. Let me do it today. I'm not sure to see you. Let tomorrow do it tomorrow. I need it today. I can take it today. I get sure to get that tomorrow. Who promised you tomorrow? Thank you.
This is the time. I said this is the time. Ready, ready, show me who ready, ready, show me who ready, ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again, coming as I feel the light, shining so bright in the heart and we soul. Red, black and white, together we strong. Come sun, come rain, cause it's blood in we veins. We all are the same. You don't know we ready already. Things not set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The things not set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. We under the same sky, feeling the same things. The movement is forward. We all want the same thing. Together we aspire, so we must achieve. Call the red army, the whole of TNT. So show them we red already. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we red already. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Fire in the soul, a nation so strong. Through the heart of a people, the victory is won. We fight for tomorrow, we fight for today. Stand strong together, blow the evil away. If we are one, the victory is sure. Divide and rule, we don't want that no more. Clean heart, clean hands, it's love to the core. And if love is the word, how about that we show? You don't know, so tell them you're ready already. The thing is set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing is set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we ready and ready. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. No.
PNM. PNM people make some noise. When we all in crew. Listen, all you know the team. When we all in crew, make some noise. Tobago East, make some noise. Tobago West, make some noise. We all in for TNT. We all in for TNT. We all in with Stuart Young. We all in with Ayanna Webster Roy. We all in with Shamfaka Joe Lewis. We all in for TNT. PNM people, make some noise. Make some noise. Lively up yourself. We bring into the podium at this time a man who, according to the chairman, when he looked around after December 21, 2021, it seems like it was him alone. But he has stood the test of time and is about to take us into what he has said is his first election campaign. Brothers and sisters, PNM people, put your hands together and make some noise for the former Chief Secretary, former Senator, and the political leader of the Tobago Council of the PNM, Brother Ansel Davis!
Sometimes I think humbly, I don't
Let me see your flag. Wave your flag. Wave your rag. Wave your flag.
In this moment, you are the reason. Higher than higher heights is our limit. No, we ain't leaving.
Take it up. I see
myself inside you, I know we can do this thing. So right now, let me fix up. Come now, let me link up. Bring a run, let me build up. Till Tobago as one. Talk the country, they know. Remember they call me. It's the
Thank you, thank you, thank you. PNM people, how you feeling?
PNM.
PNM people, how you feeling?
PNM.
Compre Hall full to capacity and overflowing. How you feeling?
PNM.
You're looking red and you're looking good and you're looking ready for election day. I wish the election was tomorrow. Let me recognize in our midst the chairman of the People's National Movement and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Come now and after April the 28th, Honorable Stuart Young. Let me also recognize the chairman of the PNM here in Tobago, Mr. Larry Paul, and other hard-working members of the executive of the Tobago Council. Of course, our standard bearers in this very important election, Tobago East, Mrs. Ayana Webster-Roy, and Tobago West, Mrs. Shamfa Kojo Lewis. Of course, our Assistant General Secretary is in our midst. Give her a loud Tobago welcome. And I cannot stand here and not pay special tribute to my mentor, my friend, my political father, Mr. Orville, London former Chief Secretary. Of course, in our midst as well, we have former political leader of the PNM, a former assemblyman in the Tobago House of Assembly, Mrs. Tracy Davidson Celestine, former Assemblyman Claudia Groom Duke, Mrs. Marcelin Melville Jack, Mrs. Nadine Stewart Phillips, and I am sure there are other former members of the Assembly in our midst. Oh, Mr. Handel Beckles, former Assemblyman. So many of you here, and it is good to see in our midst, though they might be former, we can call them proper assemblymen, because I don't know what we have in the assembly now. And I must pay tribute to you, the faithful soldiers, members, and supporters of the People's National Movement. Make some noise.
PNM.
And before I get carried away, I will set a timer for 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, it was in 2012 that I stood on a PNM platform for the very first time as a youth speaker, and it was right here on this very podium. And therefore, I have very fond political memories of this Signal Hill Secondary School auditorium. It was also the secondary school that I attended, and therefore I consider this to be my stomping grounds. But I also want to recognize this evening's youth speaker, Mr. Delano Joe Field.
Yeah!
Because as I sat there and I reflected on my speech back in 2012, I realized that his was better than mine. But ladies and gentlemen, fellow Tobagonians, members and supporters of the People's National Movement, we are indeed in some interesting times. Because I want to say to you that Tobago is under threat. Tobago at this point in time is being pillaged, it is being destroyed, it is being disrespected, and it is being sold. And I want to say that this election presents a particularly interesting and dangerous threat, and I want to refer to it as the Terrible Two. Because there you have, on the national side, on the UNC side, on the Trinidad side, Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa. And interestingly, as I read the newspaper today, I saw an article where the leader of the UNC is saying to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that she has finally purged the UNC. Now, all my life, I know a purge to be something where when you take it, it is an opportunity to expel everything that is unwanted, everything that is toxic, and everything that is wasteful, and everything that is damaging to the body. And therefore, my question tonight to Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa and the UNC, and to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is that if the UNC is purged, how come Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa is still there? Because for this election, there are two choices for the position of Prime Minister, a very important position. A position that requires you to be coherent, a position that requires you to be able to sleep late and wake early. And in that position, as I said before, and I will say it again, you must be able to handle your liquor. And I'm saying to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that when you compare the toxic leader of the UNC, Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa, to our new Prime Minister, Stuart Young, it is absolutely no contest. And therefore, we must look at the track record not only of the UNC leader, but of the UNC. And when you scan across their 39 candidates, purged as they are according to the leader of the UNC, I found no less than 3 individuals appearing as candidates who have matters before the court. So according to her, she purged the UNC, but there you have running for a constituency in South Trinidad, David Lee, who the police have interest in. As a matter of fact, David Lee is on $1 million bail. And you also have going up in Couva North, and I hope the daughter of the late Basdio Pandey cut her tail good and proper, is Jerlene John. Because if you go back to the period 2010 to 2015, it was a period of gross misconduct by the government in this country. And there they are talking about yellow is the code and yellow is the code. And I see PNM people saying blue is the code, red is the code, red is the code. And I see the UNC in Tobago identifying as the TPP, saying blue is the code, blue is the code. Ladies and gentlemen, forget code. This election is about code of conduct. Forget code according to colors. And when you examine the UNC's conduct during the period 2010 to 2015, you had people like Jerlene John sitting in charge of the HDC. And during that period, there was a very interesting corrupt transaction that took place where a piece of land valued at $50 million, they were not satisfied that they should buy it at that low price. And imagine we had people in the government, instead of looking for the best deal for you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they found that the price was too low. So they went and they got their own valuation, valued at I think over $100 million. And notwithstanding that valuation, the final purchase price for that piece of land was $175 million. And that matter is still a matter before the court. And notwithstanding that, Jerlene John is a candidate running for the UNC in this election. And there is another interesting fella. And he's interesting for a number of reasons. And that is a fellow called Rudal Munilal. Because Rudal Munilal, during his time, as a matter of fact, it was the week before the election, they emptied the treasury, dried the bank accounts of one of our state enterprises to engage in a procurement of contracts valued at over $400 million. And when the PNM came in and examined those contracts, they found corruption, corruption, corruption. And that matter is still before the court. So what exactly, or who exactly did Kamla Prasad Bisesa purge the UNC from? She got rid of every semblance of dignity, every semblance of integrity from the UNC. People like Anita Haynes, gone. People like Dinesh Rambali, gone. People like Rushton Paré, gone. But you're hugging up people like Jack Warner, wanted in the United States. You have David Lee as a candidate on bail, and you have Jerlene John and Rudal Munilal, two persons with matters before the High Court. And I can stand here as a leader in the PNM and say to you proudly that none of those individuals could pass a PNM screening committee. No time, no how. But the UNC has 41 candidates in this election. Make no mistake. Because you see Joel Sampson and David, no. They have 41 candidates in this election. Because David Thomas and Joel Sampson are also UNC candidates. You know, we have a thing in the world now, and I think Donald Trump put an end to it, where you could be male and identify as female, or where you could be female and identify as male. TPP, that blue color, they are the UNC in Tobago identifying as TPP. So I'm saying to you, the people of Tobago, look at their associations and their affiliations. And I find it very disappointing that of all the people in politics that Farley Augustine could have found to mentor him, Ho Choi Charles could have mentored him. You know what he did? He run Ho Choi Charles, wasn't taking Ho Choi Charles' calls, treated Ho Choi Charles like a dog. Ho Choi Charles asked for meeting with the chief secretary, waiting 2 weeks, 2 months, can't get a meeting with the chief secretary. Ho Choi Charles calling down his phones and he not answering. I mean, he don't answer the people of Tobago, but at least I will hope that if a former chief secretary who supported your party is calling your phone, then you will answer. No answer from Farley Augustine. Of course, we know he betrayed Watson Duke. Of course, we know Vanus James is another one who supported him, and he discarded and they could no longer get on to him. Of all the people in politics in this country that Farley could have found to hug up and make friend with, he went to Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa. And I am sure you heard the recording, whether it was the short version or the long version. I am sure you heard that recording, because Jesus Christ predicted his betrayal at a Last Supper. And in that recording, there you had Farley Augustine. And the fact that I heard plates knocking, I don't know if they were eating pilau or roti or baked chicken. I don't know if they were drinking white oak or punching. Or where's Kamla's favorite rum again? Grey Goose. But we heard plates knocking, glasses knocking, so clearly they were having supper. And during that supper, based on what we heard in that recording, there you had Farley the traitor, Farley the liar, betraying you, the people of Tobago. And I want you to listen to the recording carefully, because they come to talk about is AI and is artificial intelligence, but tell them we in the PNM don't need artificial intelligence. What we have is intelligence. We are like a well-oiled machine, like the CIA, where information comes to us all the time. We have whistleblowers in every single division across Tobago, because I can tell you, while the people of Tobago might be afraid, and they might be afraid to criticize them publicly, they are looking out for the interests of the people of Tobago, and whenever they have the opportunity to blow the whistle against wrongdoing, they do in fact blow the whistle to protect you, the people. So there he was. And in the first part of that recording, I heard Farley, and in Jamaican parlance we call that ratting. I heard Farley ratting and informing against one of Tobago's premier businessmen. And I said to myself, what manner of man is this? Because you have to remember, Farley ran a campaign promising to put the people of Tobago first, promising that Tobagonians will be placed first and foremost, promising that he wouldn't fire Tobagonians, and promising that you, the people of Tobago, will get all the opportunities. And while you were there supporting Farley, and while you were there egging on Farley, he was there sitting at supper with Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa and others, plotting your demise. But that voice recording, it will help me to sleep comfortably going forward. Because there was something that always had me up late at night, confused. Because I couldn't understand how a man from Speyside, who went to school here, went to Bishop's High School, with the same school that Dr. Keith Rowley went to, and the same school that the Chief Justice Ivor Archie went to. I couldn't understand how such a man could suddenly turn against his own people. And one of the first things that he did in office, notwithstanding all the promises, notwithstanding all the grandiose ideas and the fact that they had a solution to every single issue. As a matter of fact, the campaign slogan was, "Let we fix this." They could fix everything. They will put an end to contract employment. They will make everybody permanent. They will build an airport in Roxborough. They will do this. They will do that. They will create 3,000 jobs in 3 months. After all of that, the first assignment was to build 4 roads. Can you imagine that? Tourism to fix, agriculture to fix, so many other things to fix, so many things you promise. But your great objective as soon as you got into office, 4 roads. And I want to tell all you about one of the roads. Because you see down by that roundabout, Chalky sang a song about roundabout turn. That project initially was priced at $70 million. No procurement process. As a matter of fact, they bypassed every capable contractor on the island of Tobago and handpicked a contractor by the name of California Stucco. We did our research, and based on our intelligence, we discovered that that contractor never built a road anywhere in his life, not even in his yard. And the question has to be asked, how did Layard Farley come to a position of bypassing everybody in Tobago? No procurement process. Because had there been a procurement process, if there was a public tender, at least we could say, well, the contractor saw the advertisement and responded to it. No tendering process. But you found a contractor from deep down in South Trinidad to come to build a roundabout and a road in Tobago. And I'm saying to you that that decision was made and that plot was hatched to award those 4 contracts at supper with Kamla Prasad Bisesa. And following the award of the contract, all of us are aware that there were several injunctions against that project, because the first thing they did was to start the project without any EMA clearance. And the EMA took them to court, filed an injunction, and stopped the project until they got the necessary approvals. Then it was the man with the horse stable stopped the project for a second time. And then finally it was the owners of the Kilgwin estate. No permission, no attempt to buy the land. Trevor James just felt that he could get up one morning, sending contractors, and bulldoze a road straight through people's property. And therefore that project is still before the court under injunction. So $70 million plus legal fees. My information is that the legal fees so far has amounted to $10 million. So far that is $80 million. And if you go back a little bit, before the project was awarded to September of 2022, the Chief Secretary indicated to us then that we're not going to be paying for these roads up front. And he used that as a justification to bypass the Tobago contractors by saying those boys from Trinidad have the money to execute the projects and get paid after. You all remember? So the Chief Secretary told us that they will have to wait 9 months after completion to get the first 50%, and then the balance another 9 months down the road, which means that the final payment should not have been issued until 18 months after completion. But guess what? Just after Christmas last year, on the 31st of December 2024, a check was issued to that contractor in the sum of $32 million for works executed at that project. Project ain't complete. Go along there and try to get to Storby Local Road. When you go along the highway tonight, go down the highway, take the left by the first Obzoki roundabout, go down to the second roundabout, make the right, and I'm sure you will see a sign saying, danger, road closed. How is it that in circumstances where the project is incomplete and the Chief Secretary promised that first payment will be issued 9 months after completion, not 9 months after the start of the project, 9 months after completion, and that contractor was given a check for $32 million. But I want to say to you in closing that out of the $32 million, $15 million came back to Tobago. And the purpose of that $15 million is to overwhelm you, the people of Tobago, with money and bribes and blandishments to ensure that Farley Augustine is able to secure the 2 Tobago seats for the UNC to form the next government. And I'm saying to you, the people of Tobago, we have been here before. Because it was in 2013, under the leadership of that man, Tobago was assaulted by a People's Partnership administration. All the ministers came up here with black SUVs. Now at least Farley learned a lesson. He learned that if you must have a relationship with Kamla Prasad Bisesa, you must hide it from the people of Tobago, and you must keep it under the table. But everything in the dark does come to light. So I'm saying the money will come just like it did in 2013, and they will flood the blocks with rum and weed, and they will come to your homes and visit you and ask you where you want for me to vote for you. And I'm giving you instructions. I am saying to you, the people of Tobago, especially you PNM people, If you have a fridge and they offer you a fridge and you want 2 fridge, take the fridge. If they offer you a couch and you find your couch looking a little soiled, take the couch. If they offer you a TV and you have a TV in your living room and you have one in your bedroom, take the next TV and put it in your dog kennel. Anything they offer you, take it. Take all that they have to bring and ensure that when you go to vote, vote for the People's National Movement. Because in 2013, we stood in defense of Tobago. And forgive me for making so many references to 2013, because the circumstances are similar. The only thing we did not know for a fact was that Farley Augustine was joined to the hip with the UNC. But thank God that a patriotic Tobagonian was at supper and decided that he will not allow the sellout of Tobago to continue, and decided that he must act to sound the alarm to the people of Tobago, letting you know that that traitor and that liar called Farley Augustine was in an unholy alliance with Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, hell-bent on selling this island on a silver platter. So I'm saying to us, we must demonstrate during this election, because maybe I shouldn't say this, but I will say it. We in the PNM don't have $15 million or anything near that to run any election campaign. And I'm saying to you, we must demonstrate once again to the people of Tobago and to the people of this country that people power is far superior than money power. And therefore, when you go to the polls and you come from Tobago East, whichever part of Tobago East you are coming from to go out on election day, understand that the race is really between the beautiful Ayana, and some may want to say Beauty and the Beast. I ain't going to say who is the beast. Understand that the race in Tobago West is between Shamfa the fighter, or Shamfire, or whatever you want to call her, and not Sidi Momo. And as the lady in Roxborough said some time ago, you can't send a Momo to fight a fighter. You definitely can't send a Momo to fight Shamfa. So this election is critical to you, the people of Tobago, for more than one reason. Because I'm saying it is an opportunity to begin the rescue effort of Tobago. I'm saying we have to rescue Tobago. As we speak, Tobago contractors, small, medium, and large, some of them are facing foreclosure at the bank. No contracts. $300 million development budget, no contracts. All the contracts gone down to South Trinidad. And that is why the young men on the block, and I know some of them are here, those young men from communities such as Bethel and Roxborough and Speyside, always asking me, well, we're under pressure, how come they play so hard? And I had to remind them that it was contractors like the same Warners that Farley offered his head up to Kamla, and Parks, and Towers Consortium, and Damari, and all the other Tobago contractors. We in the PNM used to ensure that all your money sent by the central government stayed right here, and it went into the pockets of those very young men that I spoke about. Now all of a sudden, Tobago money developing places like Pinal and Oropouche and other areas down south. Because when that contractor collected his $32 million check, he gave back some to the campaign, and I'm saying to you that Tobago did not benefit at all from this project. So it's an opportunity for us to not only select the best possible representatives in the parliament, it's also an opportunity for us to have a voice in the cabinet. And I want you all to understand this, because you could only be in the cabinet if you are part of the government. And of course, we had experiences before of what transpired the last time Tobago took the 2 seats to give the People's Partnership back then to form government. The only thing we benefited during that 5-year period was the meteorological center down at the airport. That is all that transpired. And under the leadership of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, in 9 years, if we are honest with ourselves, Tobago has benefited significantly, development to the tune of over $3 billion. So it's an opportunity to ensure that we continue to have those voices in the cabinet. Cabinet is where the decisions are made. And we have all kinds of crazy people all over the place trying to get into parliament. One lady even said she is going to be the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. But after nomination day, I think she came with 8. One didn't get to sign up, so she has 7 candidates. How can you become Prime Minister in a 41-seat election when you're running for only 7 seats? And of course, she told you the people she is not walking. And the last clip I saw, she was there telling you, the people of Tobago, I did enough. I was like Nicki Minaj, what the hell I do? I did enough. She better get off my case. I am not Watson Duke. So this election, it has to be a conscious decision when you go to the polls. Don't get carried away with the bribes. As I said, take the bribes. And don't feel guilty when you're taking it, because it's your money. That money is our money in the THA that should not have left the THA bank accounts. So take the bribe. Take whatever they have to offer. Mama guide them. When Notsi come and smile and he could barely talk to you properly to tell you why you should vote for him, tell him, yes, Notsi, I go vote for you. So I'm saying do all of that and ensure over the next few days, even as we leave here, I can feel that the momentum is building. But we must ensure that the momentum continues to build. We must ensure that we go into the highways and the byways and spread the PNM message. We must tell the people of Tobago that Tobago is at stake. We must tell them that we have to begin the rescue effort now to take back our island and take back our heritage from Farley the liar and Farley the traitor. We must tell them that in this election, there is no other choice but to vote for the People's National Movement. And of course, when we would have done that, we would have ensured that we placed Tobago on a path to be rescued. We would have ensured that we demonstrated to this country and to this island specifically the strength and the power of the People's National Movement. And when we would have done that, we could come back sometime somewhere in Tobago on the 9th of April the 28th, and we will be able to say loudly and proudly, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
I am so glad that I serve you. Sometimes I think humbly I don't deserve you, but oh come on, pleasant. I know you're proud in this moment. You are the reason. Higher than higher heights is our limit. No, we ain't leaving. No one behind, no will not desert you. I see myself inside you. I know we can do this thing. So right now, let me fix up, fix up. Now let me link up, link up. Bring a friend, let me build up, build up. Build Tobago as one.
Yeah, them people. Make some noise for the political leader of the Tobago Council, Mr. Ansel Dennis. Sober words to consider. as you make your decision for April 28th, there was a former political leader of the Tobago Council who used to say, you're big and you have sense. And so if you're big and you have sense, make a wise decision come April 28th. PCM 2162, make a wise decision. PDY 871, please make a wise decision. And TCW 5022, you are asked to remove your vehicles or attend to your vehicles where they are. Please make a wise decision. Petal, you ready?
Mr. DJ, I think we need some music.
This is the time.
Lively up yourself.
I said, this is the time. Ready, ready, show me who ready, ready, show me who ready, ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again, coming as I feel the light.
Oh, we feel
shining
it.
so bright in the heart and we soul. Red, black and white.
We get into where the air is red.
We all are the same.
Brothers and sisters, PNM family, the speaker I am about to introduce was called to the bar in Trinidad and Tobago, England and Wales, Dominica and Antigua and Barbuda. He built a stellar legal career in public and constitutional law, civil litigation, and commissions of inquiry. He has held critical cabinet portfolios, including Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Minister of Communications, and Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Brothers and sisters of the People's National Movement, he's a proud alumni of St. Mary's College and the University of Nottingham. He's also a black belt in karate, a triathlete, and a founding force behind Synergy TV. My PNM family, from the courthouse to the cabinet, from Port of Spain to Parliament, he's been fighting for justice and protecting and defending our economy, and now he is leading the nation. He's not just book smart, he's battle-tested. Minister of National Security, he handled it. Minister of Energy, mastered it. Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, he dominated it. Now he carries the torch of Prime Minister with precision, discipline, and unmatched focus. A black belt in karate, legal warrior, nation builder. He's tough, he's tactical, and he's totally PNM. Signal Hill! Signal Hill! Signal Hill!
Stand to your feet!
Stand to your feet! Raise your voices! Make some noise! And welcome the 8th Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago! The Minister of Energy and Energy Industry! The Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the Chairman of the People's National Movement, the Honorable George Richard Young.
For our nation's future, this is a movement we all in together, not just for one, my sister, my brother. Bodies in your hand, PNM is the plan. Ready, ready, hold it steady. PNM's been born. One man flowing through we vein. We born. Ready me on the road again. We born. Every creed and every race. We born. Together, no time to waste. We born.
Tobago, Tobago, Tobago. Tobago, oh how I love thee, Tobago. Tonight I stand here, privileged as the 8th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago to address you, my family in Tobago,
And allow me to start by saying good night to our political leader of the Tobago Council, powerful speaker, and I am sure the next Chief Secretary of the THA, Mr. Ansel Dennis, the Chairman of the Tobago Council, Mr. Larry Paul, to the two powerful standard bearers, two young women who I have been privileged to be with and alongside in the People's National Movement for the last 10 years, and Sham for a bit longer when I joined the opposition Senate bench for the PNM. Miss Ayana Webster Roy from Tobago East, and Miss Shamfa Cujo Lewis from Tobago West, who on the night of April 28th, in 3 weeks, will be returned to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago under the People's National Movement. To all of the Tobago Council members, to our minority leader in the THA, leading the battle by himself, along with Petal, but as the only elected member, Mr. Kelvon Morris and Ms. Petal Benoit. And it would be remiss of me not to use the opportunity to greet former political leader of the Tobago Council, Tracy Davidson Celestine. And it warmed my heart greatly this evening when I walked into this hallowed hall and I looked to the front row to see one of the greatest statesmen that has ever served Trinidad and Tobago. Our very own Mr. Orville London. And that is the quality of people that time and time again the People's National Movement produces, as we saw tonight by a young man who impressed me greatly. Your youth speaker, stand up. This gentleman, we are proud of. Now we're putting you all on warning. He might be from Tobago, but don't be surprised if I take him with me to Trinidad, eh? Tobago, you've had a long, long afternoon and a great evening of wonderful speakers, your very own. So I am not going to be too long this evening, but I appreciate the opportunity to share some important messages with you. Because you see, you here in Tobago are critical to the People's National Movement retaining the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And I can tell you as the Prime Minister, I have already counted the 2 Tobago seats to form the next government. So I start this evening by declaring my bias for Tobago, because Tobago is a place that I love very dearly. And I understood with all my heart, that is right. And I understood why. Because I made a call, because I always give accurate facts. So I made a call to my father as I was on my way here. And I said, Dad, remind me where you and Mom had your honeymoon. Right there in Buko. So claim me as your own tonight, as a product of a marriage in Trinidad with a honeymoon in Tobago. My dear brothers and sisters in Tobago, you have a serious choice like the rest of us to make on the 28th of April. Because we all hold the power with our one vote. But we must be very conscious that exactly as speakers before me have said, all of the rallies, all of the talk, all of the canvassing beforehand does not win an election. We have to make sure on April 28th, from all the way in the east, come straight down to the west, that everybody wakes up on April 28th, says their prayers, brush your teeth, head to the polling booth, and take as many people with you as possible to ensure that you return the People's National Movement to government. And I stand here excited. I stand here excited as a young man with lots of hope and vision for Tobago and Trinidad. And I will deliver that vision to Tobago and Trinidad with your vote. And I stand here tonight to give testimony to these two young women that you have sent from Tobago to serve in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and to tell you, because I understand there are certain people that may not believe the hard work of Shamfa and Ayana. I have sat in the cabinet for 10 years, and Shamfa mouth hot, and whilst Ayana mouth isn't as hot, she is a passionate advocate. And every time, at every cabinet meeting, these two representatives advocate for you in Tobago. And under the 7th PNM Prime Minister, a great man, Dr. Keith Rowley from Mason Hall, you had a PNM government that was prioritizing delivery for Tobago. And tonight, I stand here and give you a guarantee and an assurance as the 8th Prime Minister of Tobago and Trinidad, I will do the same with these two women in my cabinet. PNM. Allow me to warn Tobago, because you see this thing called coalition government? You see this thing where they try to pretend this is the UNC, that they're not involved in Tobago. Do not forget for a second. And I'm going to give you two stories that I can personally attest to. The first one was when I first met the Chief Secretary of Tobago, Orville London. And I'm not sure he will remember me at that time or the case that I was doing. It was a UNC government in power, and it was a PNM THA under Chief Sec Orville London. And Chief Sec Orville London wanted to progress Tobago, as the PNM always does. So he found a creative way to build the Millshirve Administrative Complex that it would not cost Tobago on its books. And what the UNC government did is took him to court. Mr. London, you remember that matter? So I came to Tobago as a lawyer to represent the THA. And I was so proud to meet this statesman, Chief Sec Orville London, in his office. He had a then young Joel Jack sitting down in a corner. And Mr. London was working away, and I was taking instructions to fight the case against the UNC. You know what hurt me? And I felt the pain for every single citizen of Tobago who cares about Tobago. Mr. London told me, he said, I write to the Prime Minister, I get no response. I call the central government for assistance for Tobago. They never returned my calls. And I was dumbfounded. I said, Mr. London, but what do you mean? You are in charge of Tobago. How could you not be writing? How could you not be getting responses from the government? And his usual statesman-like manner and diplomatic way, he just said, they are not returning my calls and responding to me. but the public servants explained the level of disrespect to me. And I stand here tonight giving personal testimony to you in Tobago. Do not allow that to happen, because there was 2 Tobago seats that weren't the PNM's 2 that joined this unholy alliance called the People's Partnership. And that was the treatment of a PNM THA. So can you imagine if it is not a PNM central government, what would happen to you? And I said, so you don't get your money on time? No. They had the bare minimum of the formula for payment to Tobago. They were not allowing developmental programs in Tobago. But remind yourself what it was that they came across to Tobago to do at Cocoa Reef. You would know better than I do. So that is my first personal testimony as to what happens when it is not a PNM government, what happens to Tobago. The second one was another case I did as an even younger lawyer, because I returned to Trinidad in 1998. And I've been very fortunate in my professional life. People say maybe it's because of diligence, working hard, intelligence. But I think it's because God has smiled on me. And I was called to President's house. At the time, the president was another Tobagonian, a gentleman by the name of A.N.R. Robinson. And the president told a story to myself and senior counsel that the UNC government was disrespecting him, that the UNC government was not listening to the advice and the caution that he was giving to them. And you may recall, some of you who are older, the younger ones would not, but you will tell them the story, that when the Basdeo Pandey government, a UNC government, won, the then Prime Minister, a UNC Prime Minister, wanted to appoint 6 persons to the Senate who had lost as MPs. You remember that? And I looked in that Tobagonian president's eyes and literally saw the pain as he described. I am cautioning them that is not the way to go. And you know what the UNC government did? They sued and went to court. Anyone who knows the Constitution knows you don't sue a president. I give you those 2 quick stories tonight to remind you, my family in Tobago, of how those people in the UNC view you. I have sat in Parliament for 11 years, 1+ year as an opposition senator, and then the last 9.5, almost 10 years as an elected member of Parliament. And I have observed the behavior of the UNC on the other side, and their complete disregard and disrespect for the people of Tobago. You hear it every time in their debate when either of these 2 young, brilliant representatives of Tobago get up and make their contributions on your behalf in the Parliament. So remember that on April 28th, and remind all of your family, your friends, your co-workers, everybody, why they have to make the choice of the People's National Movement on the 28th. Because they have no respect for Tobago. And don't be fooled by them sending another party and saying they're not participating in Tobago. The mere fact that they don't participate in Tobago should be a sign to you of how they view Tobago and their disrespect. Because in every single election since 1956, the People's National Movement have always come forward in every single seat in Trinidad and Tobago and offered representation. no matter how difficult it is. And I see Mr. Stanford Calendar in the back, and I greet him tonight because he would tell the story of a young Keith Christopher Rowley in the 1981 election, if I remember correctly, and the two of them working hard in Tobago West to bring it home and missed it by a few votes. So Tobago, take respect seriously. Now let's get to some of what I have done and what I intend to do for Tobago and how I will prioritize the continued development of Tobago as the central government of a people's national movement. You all remember in 2016 the crisis we were having with the Sea Bridge? How the UNC had ignored the maintenance of our ferries and we went into crisis. Well, I was given the task when I went with Dr. Rowley to Australia to source 2 brand new state-of-the-art ferries for Tobago. And I heard a son of the soil, Demi Cruikshank, tell a story at the opening of the Tobago terminal a few weekends ago. That when we came and we met, I was put in charge of negotiating against Austal and Incat, 2 Australian companies, to get the best ferries for Tobago. And I remember in those conversations, them talking about, well, you're sure you need this, you don't need that, you want to cut this, you want to cut that, maybe a smaller vessel, etc. And I listened to the Tobago contingent in that team. And I listened to other people, including government experts, saying, well, maybe we could cut some corners. And right there and then, with the authority of a PNM cabinet, I said what Tobago wants, Tobago will get. Because Tobago deserves the best as anybody else in the world. And today, Tobago can lay claim to 2 of the best fast ferries in the world, APT James at Tobago, and then the Buko Reef also for Tobago. Last year, February, we had a disaster in Tobago, the oil spill. As the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, as soon as that information came to me, and I understood immediately how it could affect the economy of Tobago, the people of Tobago, and most importantly, your beautiful landscape in Tobago. I told the staff, the permanent secretaries, and I got on to Heritage to say, whatever we have to do to protect Tobago and to contain this oil spill, we must do. Unfortunately, we met some early resistance from those who are administratively in charge. But we didn't give up in Tobago. We didn't give up. And I stand here tonight, again with a track record to tell the people of Tobago that under my stewardship, we managed to contain that oil spill, to mop it up, and to deliver for the people of Tobago, ensuring we protected your environment. But more than that, because there's an international oil pollution fund that we were a member of, but we had stopped contributing to when we had shut down the refinery. And I heard about this oil fund, an international fund in London, in the United Kingdom. And all of the experts said, we may not be able to get them to agree to cover Tobago. And they put together a team, as has always happened in the history, a team of experts and technocrats to go to this fund, to make the case for Tobago. And I thought about it. And I said, the people of Tobago, this is going to make the world of difference to them if we could tap into this fund, because then we can afford the best that the world has to offer in dealing with this oil spill. And I went to the Prime Minister and I went to the Cabinet. And this has never happened before, because I was just the Minister of Energy. And I said, Prime Minister, Cabinet colleagues, give me the opportunity to go and lead the charge. Let me lead the team, and I will argue. This is a body that is made up of many, many countries of the world. I believe over 60 countries of the world assemble in this large hall, and you have to persuade them to allow you the fund. Of Tobago that we succeeded, and now we got the access to that fund on your behalf. Because Tobago deserves the best, and we have proved to you that that is what would happen under People's National Movement government. Now let us get to my plans and my vision, as my brother in the back is urging me on. We just delivered a brand new state-of-the-art airport terminal right there in Crown Point, the A&R Robinson that even Trinidad is jealous of. That is part of a PNM vision for Tobago, because what we have done there and what I intend to carry out as a plan with you, with your help, with your voice, and for you, Tobago, is to bring quality hotels to Tobago. I will push through, I will fight, and I will prioritize having that hotel, the Marriott, built on Rocky Point. Tomorrow, I will just show in Ansel on my phone. Adam Stewart has arrived from Sandals, and tomorrow, if you tell me to do it, and you tell me to go out on behalf of Tobago, I will lead the team along with Tobago and along with Tobago's stakeholders, or fishermen or farmers, to fight for the taxi drivers, to fight for the farmers, to fight for the tour operators, to fight for people to get jobs from Tobago, for Tobago. You tell me that is what you want tonight, and I will go and do that for you. PNM. People of Tobago, do you want us to ask Sandals to return for Tobago? I will ensure that the jobs are for the people of Tobago. I will ensure that every job that is possible, 99%, will be for the people of Tobago. I will ensure that our fishermen supply the fish, that our farmers supply the produce. I will ensure that it is our taxi drivers that bring the guests from that brand new state-of-the-art terminal that is yours, from the people of Tobago, for the people of Tobago. PNM. But I can only do that on your behalf if that is what Tobago wants. So when I go there tomorrow with a mandate from Tobago, and I do what I've done for the last 9.5 years, fight tooth and nail and negotiate, understand I am doing that for Tobago. And we must not allow people's foolishness before Adam Stewart and his team even arrive to start setting it up for failure. But that depends on Tobago. We were going to build a state-of-the-art marina for Tobago. A marina that you see like in islands like St. Bart's, a high-end marina. Because this PNM government and I, as the Prime Minister, will continue the vision, believe that Tobago deserves the best. I don't want a small marina for Tobago. We wanted a marina that you see the mega yachts come in and the richest people in the world bring their boats to Tobago and they spend their money here in Tobago and they employ the people of Tobago. And that is what I want to fight for on your behalf. But I could only do that if Tobago says they want the People's National Movement, they want me as their Prime Minister, and they want these two young ladies to continue as your representatives. In the meantime, we have acquired the land and we will build a smaller marina because we will get that done to ensure that the fishermen and other vessels come in here can actually fill their boats with fuel at a pump, at a marina, as opposed to what is going on now. Because Tobago deserves the best. And under me, as your Prime Minister, I will fight for Tobago. We have young people in Tobago, as we do in Trinidad, some of whom need a little bit more guidance than others. Some of whom, due to their unfortunate circumstances, need that extra assistance and that extra discipline. There is a program called MILAT. It is a military type intervention where all of the young men who go in are taught their subjects, they're taught discipline, they're given that sort of military training, and they come out once they go through the program, top-class citizens. Well, you know what? Tobago deserves its own MILAT program. So as the Prime Minister, I am going to work with Minister Foster Cummins to make sure that the people of Tobago get their own MILAT program for your young people. I was asking Minister Webster Roy about safe homes and safe spaces for our abused women and children with special needs. She said in central government, what we do is we fund it, we get NGOs to run it. I am giving you a commitment here tonight because I understand the difficulties sometimes that our women go through in these cases of domestic violence and needing a safe space. And I understand that there is nowhere in Trinidad or Tobago that does not suffer the scourge of gender-based violence and our women sometimes needing those safe spaces. So tonight, I give you the commitment that the People's National Movement government on the 29th of April will find a way within the confines of the law to ensure that the women of Tobago and the children of Tobago who need those safe spaces have additional spaces. We are aware as a government, I am aware as your Prime Minister that our young people are looking for employment, are young and are not so young. I am also aware that there are private companies, private sector companies, privately owned companies that are looking to hire people. There has been no system set up in this day and age with the type of technology that exists that could be like an employment bank. I am going to work as the Prime Minister out of caste to ensure that we work with the private sector in Tobago and find out what are the jobs that they need and set up that our young people and our unemployed could come and they can give their CVs and give their what they have, their qualifications, and use the digital and the ICT to link our young people with the private sector to make it easier to get employment. We will do that as a dedicated service in Tobago. We are currently in the process of trying to secure a brand new cargo vessel to service Tobago from Trinidad. the same way we got top of the line fast ferries, the cabinet on the 29th of April, under me as your Prime Minister, will continue the work of the 7th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Rowley, and we will deliver a brand new cargo vessel for Tobago. I am very aware of the difficulty with public transport, especially on your hilly terrain and the type of roads and the smaller, more narrow roads going up out of the west into the east, all the way up to Speyside and around to Charlottesville. With the two young ladies here, re-elected by you, the People's National Movement in Tobago, to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on the 28th of April, with me as your Prime Minister, the Cabinet is going to procure specific buses for Tobago that are for Tobago and its roads that can do what needs to be done. I know it's been promised before, but we are going to deliver it, because every time I stand up in public, and you can look back over the last 9.5 years, and I say I am going to do something, I get it done. I give you that commitment in Tobago. One of the most recent, not arguments, but vociferous advocacy by Minister Shamfa Cudjoe, where she was trying to persuade her cabinet colleagues in a distribution of money, was for the Dwight York Stadium. And we've gone through the phases. But you see, you're always trying to balance where to put the money, because there's not money to go around everywhere. I am happy to report to you all tonight that Minister Cudjoe has persuaded the cabinet that we are going to complete the refurbishment of the Dwight York Stadium. And Tobago, you take pride, you know. You take pride. You hear the name Dwight York? The younger generation may not understand who Dwight York is. But Dwight York now is the current national coach of the Trinidad and Tobago football team. Right here from Tobago. Right here from Signal Hill as well. The boasting in the back, he went to this school. I knew that from Trinidad. So congratulations once again. A personal passion of mine. We are going to enlarge the electricity capacity for Tobago. Because you see, Tobago is on a growth rate. And I want to make sure that your electricity grid can go along with you and have more. So as you expand the businesses that we intend to help you to bring to Tobago, and we intend to have function in Tobago. But you are going to do it in a state-of-the-art way. My vision for Tobago and the expansion of your grid from Cove is going to be the use of wind turbines and also your own dedicated state-of-the-art turbines. We are going to make sure Tobago has its own electricity source via those means. The other thing, you see your cruise ship complex. You see how we're trying to attract more cruise ships to Tobago. Because the same way I have loved Tobago from the time I was a small boy and enjoy coming across here, as you step off the plane or as you step off the ferry, the aura, as my young children tell me, they say, Daddy, you have to understand aura. They say, Daddy, you see that picture there? That have aura. I say, okay. I understand that aura because as soon as you touch down in Tobago, you feel love, you feel welcome, and you just feel a sense of it's good to be home. We need to find a way to attract more cruise ships to Tobago. And we believe the same way We built a brand new Tobago terminal, airport terminal. We are going to work on the expansion and upgrade of the cruise ship complex right there in Scarborough for the people of Tobago. And I want to put Tobago on notice because I've listened very carefully to your representatives talk about what is going on under the THA. And that the THA is not using the contractors and the workforce in Tobago. The projects that will be executed within the law by the central government of Trinidad and Tobago in Tobago, we will make sure there is a serious component of local content, meaning that Tobago will do it as much as is possible. The last thing I want to share with you tonight is, you see, border security and the fact that our waters are open and what that unfortunately brings, the bad elements to Tobago, but not only the bad elements. I recognize that in Tobago, our fisher folk sometimes may get into difficulty when they go out to earn an honest living, and that you need to have an appropriate Coast Guard response here in Tobago, that they could respond to search and rescue, or that they could respond to law enforcement activities. Go and check this. When I was Minister of National Security, and Minister Webster Roy raised with me the difficulties that were going on in Tobago East out of Charlottesville, I immediately instructed the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard to place a vessel that was for Tobago East up on that coastline. Unfortunately, well, you all know what happened with the vessels, right? I am happy to report to Trinidad and Tobago tonight something that I haven't reported before, something I have taken the opportunity to use Tobago as the appropriate place to report. Last week, Wednesday, I had a meeting with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. You all aware of that? And whilst all of them focus on Young and Dragon and Young and Dragon, one of the conversations, and a very successful conversation I had with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was for assistance with our border patrols. And I am happy to report to Trinidad and Tobago tonight, from here, Signal Hill, Tobago, through you, the people of Tobago, that I told Secretary of State Rubio that the government is ordering 12 brand new state-of-the-art interceptors from the United States to build our security arrangements. And tonight I give you the assurance and the guarantee that out of those 12 brand new interceptors, at least 2 are going to be dedicated to Tobago, for the people of Tobago, and positioned right here in Tobago to serve you. So brothers and sisters, the speakers before me kept you all here long enough. It's not me, It's the speakers before you. But I cannot begin to tell you how privileged I feel tonight to stand here as your Prime Minister and to tell you how much I love you in Tobago, and to tell you that you will be a priority of the People's National Movement government on April 29 going forward, and that your 2 elected representatives who will continue to represent Tobago West and Tobago East, Shamfa Kujo Lewis and Ayana Webster Roy, will continue to be an integral part and critical part of the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago when we form the next government, to continue advocating on your behalf. And I've outlined tonight some of the tangible vision that I have for the people of Tobago. And the last thing I ask, because I want to make sure I'm a careful fella, do I have your mandate? Do I have your permission tomorrow to go and ask Sandals to come to Tobago for the people of Tobago. Will you all stand up and make it known that Tobago wants its fair chance at opportunity of development, at growing its economy, and at earning its foreign exchange, that when it comes, maybe even good enough to help Trinidad a little bit as well? Tobago, thank you. Tobago, on the 28th of April, do not take God out of your thoughts. Tobago is a God-fearing land. Tobago is a beautiful country. We saw in 2010 to 2015 what a UNC-led coalition, in other words, a UNC government, will do to Tobago. I am asking you here personally tonight, and I will be joining some of you as I walk Tobago tomorrow after I've made the case for Sandals to return. Please, on the 28th of April, Tobago East and Tobago West, return the People's National Movement to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago with Ayanna Webster Roy and Shamfa Cujo Lewis, and with me, Stuart Young, as the 8th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And join me as we rejoice for Tobago and as we rejoice for Trinidad on the night of the 28th of April, and as we say, great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. And we shall prevail.
A man with energy, always full length of a call, but answer when we call.
With ear rock, he always vibrant and strong, energetic and he young, dirty.
When I hear it, I didn't believe it. I went and checked it. They say you have it.
We have a new leader, he's strong with willpower, the best in Tobago. Tell them we'll face it.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Full length of a call, but answer when we call.
With ear rock, he always vibrant and is strong, energetic and he young.
Hear them people, make some noise for your Prime Minister. Make some noise for your Prime Minister. And returning Prime Minister from April 28th. We have, just before you go, we have some nice entertainment. Don't leave. You will be pleasantly surprised. Don't leave. But before we bring on the entertainment, just quickly, we have 3 meetings coming up this week, and you are asked to support. On the 7th, we're at Cad's Supermarket at 6 p.m. for our spot meeting, and we are opposite Live Wire Bar in Lambo for our main meeting at 7 p.m. On the 8th, we're on the main road in Lansumi for a spot meeting, and then we move at 7 p.m. to the community center in Castara. On the 9th, we are at the corner of Douglas and Guy Street in Canaan. And then we move to Milford Court, Bonaccord at 7 p.m. for our main meeting. So make sure you come out in your numbers and give support to our standard bearers. Brothers and sisters, PNM family, you have been an awesome audience. And to put the icing on the cake tonight, we bring in to the stage at this time a Signal Hill boy. A boy who has won the Road March title. A man who knows how to spin a flag and throw a flag. Brothers and sisters, make some noise for Brother Sherwin Winchester. Run it.
Put up on your hands up. Look the band coming. Everybody jump up. Look the band coming. People start to jump. Jump up in the band. Everybody make a band. Jump up. I want to see rock and flag. Everybody jump in the band.
All protocol observed. I want to see more energy. Get ready. Take out your flag. Take out your flag. Take out your flag. Take out your flag. When I tell all the punks on the spot. When I say punks on the spot. Are you ready? Are you ready? 1, get ready. 2, on the spot. 1, 2, everybody. Box, 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 box. Let me try this one, watch me. Point the flag so. Point your flag so. Point your flag so. Point, watch me now. Rock. 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 Watch me. Point the flag so. Point the flag so. Point the flag so. Point all 4. 1, you're going so. 2, you're going so. 1, 2, everybody go. 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 We're now waking up. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Right. Listen. When I give it the tone. When I give it the tone. We're going and bounce on the spot. Bounce on the spot. 1 more. 2 more. 1, 2. Everybody. Bounce. 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 We're rock. Watch it up. Side. Wave. 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 Wave a little faster. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, faster. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Go, 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 go. Hey, 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 yeah! Way, 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 now, now, hey, now, we say. We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. Is the road calling? We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. Because we're the black people. Get all alive. We coming. Still we coming. Still we coming. 2005. Still we coming. Still we coming. Still we coming. Hey, 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 hey. 5-4-1. Telling you you're in charge, don't stop it. This game, I'll swing the seat and the highest mountain. Blaze the heat like a fire burning. Gonna find the way I work it. Boss I'm threatening to fire me for sure. If I only live work, put your hands in the air. Rock in the air. 1, 2, 1, get all alive. We coming. Still we coming. Still we coming. 2025. Still we coming. Still we coming. Hey, 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 hey. We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. Jump until morning. We jumping up, start jumping up. Jumping up, start jumping up. Jumping up, start jumping up. Hear me? Don't even try telling me to forget the season cleared away. Before that day I left in prison. Landlord rent is due. That money spending on my costume. I'm back on the island with you. How I fly home I don't know for sure, but I guarantee I'll be there once more. Are you ready? Turn, go, jump and carry, get out. We coming, we coming, we coming. 2005, still we coming, still we coming, still we coming. When I ask you to come close, I need you to come for this. Come closer. Come. I want to see the whole front field. In front here full. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. May I ask you first to step forward, please? Step forward. Step forward. Mikey, wait. Listen. Signal Hill. Tobago. I want you to look at them. Look at the candidates. Look at the ministry right now. Watch me. Bring every flag.
When they bounce, you bounce. 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 With your flag, get ready. 1 with the iron, 2 with the iron. 1, 2, everybody bounce, 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 bounce. Hey, 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 yeah. Go, 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 go. Now, we say, we jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. Hit the road calling. We jumping up, start jumping up. We jumping up, start jumping up. You can reach us to stop it. This game, I swim the sick and the highest mountain. Blazing heat like a fire burning. Gonna find the way I would kill. Look at your candidates. Look at them. You're giving them your support. Wave your hand in the air right now. We declare that our life. We come back. Still we come back. Still we come back. Hey, 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 hey. Till morning, jumping up, start jumping up, jumping up, start jumping up, jumping up, start jumping up. Whoa. You see the big flag? Clear the way, clear the way, clear the way, clear the way, clear the way. Follow me, watch it. Point the big flag so, point your hands them so, point your rack them so. What you doing? Just lean, 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 just lean, lean. Lean forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, forward, point it, point that way, point that way, point that way, point that way. When you hear the iron, we going slow. When you hear the iron, we going slow. On for 1, 2, 1, 2, everybody go, 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 go. And next time, next time. Road calling, we jumping up, start jumping up, we jumping up, start jumping up. Open the center, open the center. Choose a side. Very good, watch me. Trinidad, Tobago, Trinidad, Tobago. All that we is one family. All that we is one family. Watch what you're doing. Very simple. Maggie, give me the song. Watch what you're doing. Very simple. Watch what you're doing. Very simple. Lean forward. Lean to me. Then back. Again. Lean forward. Very good. Then back. Again, lean forward, then back. When I say faster, lean forward, then back, forward, then back, forward, then back, forward, then back, lean forward, then back. Right. Lastly, when I say exchange, we're going on exchange sides. When I say exchange, we're going on exchange sides. Maggie, release it. Open the center, open the center, open the center. Control the stage. Open the center, open the center, open the center. Ready? Lean forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, exchange. Jump like you in the rain, party like you insane, victorious again.
we touch down is fire. Fire, 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 fire. I hear the searching everywhere they're looking, searching to find us to put us back inside a prison.
This one's called. Follow the instructions. This one's called.
Once more. Open the center, open the center, open the center.
Follow the instructions.
Open the center, open the center, open the center.
Follow the instructions.
Lean forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. Lean forward and back. 1, 2, 3, exchange. Jump, hey, jump, hey, jump, hey, exchange. Jump, hey, jump, hey, jump, hey, jump, hey, anyone, hey, anyone, hey, anyone, hey, anyone,
One more. One. Get ready. Boy.
it's what you've been waiting for. Go, 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 go. Release the rhythm. Jump in rhythm. With the rhythm. Jump in rhythm. So release the rhythm. Jump in rhythm. With the rhythm. Go.
Trouble in town. When we drop this one, just like a bomb, we will carnival done.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for morning.
Tell for the pain, she'll never be the same. Cause when we pass, nothing could come again.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for morning.
Start the jump, start jumping up. Start the way, start waving up. Start the